All right, guys, welcome back to the stream. Welcome. If you're new, sorry for the weird greeting here, but for some reason this isn't working. There we go. Yes, welcome back to the stream, guys. Today's the day. State of play. Another state of play. I see Zombie Dragon dropped a member gift before we even went live here. So Zombie Dragon, thank you so much for that, buddy. Appreciate the support, man. I need merch that says all right, guys. At one point, I did sell merch that said that, actually. Maybe I'll bring it back. But we have a couple of hours before the state of play starts. But, you know, I wanted to start the stream nice and early, spend some time hanging out with you guys. The game lineup might have leaked. Some people believe the game lineup might have leaked. I'm going to show you what people are talking about. I do not think the lineup leaked. Okay. I don't think it leaked. However, what I'm going to show you, apparently Sony actually took it down. Sony took it down, and there might be some truth to it, man. So we're going to go over that. We'll talk about our expectations. 2-hour doom and gloom stream. I don't know, man. I'm just going to spend the next 2 hours dreaming. Can a man dream? Can a man dream? By the way, I want to say we have over 440 people here already, which is awesome to see. Appreciate you guys joining me today. Just want to ask you to take a moment to hit the like button. It helps the streams, lets me know you guys enjoy the streams, and it'll help. By the way, it will help with YouTube's algorithm. All right, so I want to implore everybody here. If you want to get new people in, today's the day to do it. Hitting that like button, it's gonna help push this stream out there to people who are searching for the state of play. Maybe it'll be their first time coming across the channel, interact with the community. Maybe they'll like it. We have new community members, so hit that like button. And before we, Shem's just saying you already did that. Thank you, buddy. Before we dive into it and go over our expectations and whatnot, I just want to let you know a couple ways you can support the channel directly. As you know, consider becoming a channel member. You gain access to exclusive perks. If you're already a member, consider gifting memberships. All right, it's a big thing we do here. A lot of people probably tuning in today hoping they'll walk away with a membership gift. And consider donating a super chat as well. Ask a question, give an opinion, make a statement. It all helps tremendously. Michael Lynch says, come on, open world Resident Evil. Yeah, Resident Evil 9 is a game that a lot of people believe may show up at the state of play today. Unfortunately, we have basically two insiders that seem to be at odds with one another. One is saying on their Discord channel, I think they go by Lunatic Ignis, I think is their name. They said that they believe Resident Evil 9 is going to be announced at the state of play today. However, another insider, maybe a more well-known insider, or at least somebody who's been around for quite some time, Dusk Golem, says that he hasn't heard a single thing about Resident Evil 9 being announced today. And I think that's important to note because when it comes to Dusk Golem, he's pretty well known and well established with Resident Evil leaks and horror game leaks. So, take that for what it is. Seems like it's a total coin flip. If you want to play it safe, maybe just assume Resident Evil isn't going to show up tonight. Again, not trying to be doom and gloom, but just saying, don't want to get your hopes too. I don't know. Like I said, we could spend the next 2 hours dreaming, man. It's going to be Resident Evil 9, Ghost of Tsushima 2, Bloodborne Remake. Let's go. Come on, Sony. But yeah, for those wondering when it comes to Resident Evil, every 2 years, it seems. Every year, every 2 years, give or take, seems like Capcom has a new Resident Evil game they're ready to announce at a PlayStation showcase. So let me bring this up for you, though. I'm going to bring up the leak, the supposed leak. I want to show you what people are talking about. Just give me a moment. I actually didn't have it set up already, which is very annoying of me. All right, let me pull it up here. Let me bring up my Twitter. All right. Sorry for the dead air. You would think by now I'd have this stuff prepared. All right, so let me get this out of the way too. So this right here, this is the leak. It is apparently a real leak that occurred. This is no longer up on PlayStation, but this was circulating today, and there was a section. I think if you logged into PS5, there was a section here where it said state of play. And I think what this says underneath is catch up on the latest with state of play. And as you can see here, there's 15 games. And when you look at these games, this has people highly concerned. This has people highly, highly, highly concerned. This list of games is no way, ain't no way. Right? But the thing is, again, it was taken down, so it clearly wasn't supposed to be up yet. But I don't know. I have a bit of a theory here. I don't know if it's a good theory or not. Maybe it's just copium. I don't know. You can determine. But my theory on this is that if you look at these games, right, a lot of them were either already announced or already released. Some of them aren't, but most of them are. You look at Lego Horizon, Dragon Age. I don't think Dragon Age isn't out yet, is it? Is it out yet? I don't think it is. My theory on this, and Stellar Blade's there, The Last of Us Part 1, Astrobot. You got Metro Awaken. It's a VR game. My theory for now is these games are going to show up at the state of play, but I don't think what we're looking at here is okay, we're going to have a trailer for The Last of Us Part 1, and then we're going to have a trailer for Stellar Blade, and then we're going to have a trailer for Horizon Lego, and we're going to have a trailer for Metro, and we're going to have a trailer for Alan Wake 2. I don't think it's going to work that way. I think what we're looking at are a lot of games that are going to show up. I think there's going to be a PS5 Pro enhanced trailer, a compilation trailer. It's going to kind of show you in a matter of a minute and a half or 2 minutes, 30 games, all PS5 Pro enhanced, a sizzle reel, I guess. And I think that's what I think we are going to see that at this state of play. That makes a lot of sense to me because, well, the PS5 Pro is coming out, or it's going up for pre-order in a couple days. Surely Sony's going to want to talk about the PS5 Pro at the state of play. So look, because here's what I'll say: if this is what Sony's bringing to the state of play, this is 15 of the 20 games, this is bad. This is bad. This is holy shit. What are you doing? Bad, because there's nothing this. It's just unacceptable. This is ultra mega bad. Yeah, there you go. And it's just, yeah, it would. The only way this list of games right here could not be bad for this state of play is if the 5 games that are missing are absolute top tier bangers. Oh yeah, Resident Evil 9, Ghost of Tsushima 2, Death Stranding 2. Like, if that's the case, okay, whatever, I can live with that. I'll take these 15 games here as long as the last 5 are just absolute in your face bangers, but I'm not convinced. So I don't know. I don't think that this, I don't want to believe. I'm going to put it that way. I don't want to believe that this is the leak, like 15 of the 20 games, where it's like every game we're looking at here is going to get a dedicated 1 to 2 minute trailer. Because if that's the case, dude, I mean, look, I have low expectations, but this is like, holy shit. My expectations were not low enough. And yeah, people are going to be pissed. People are going to be, if this is the line, dude, if this is the lineup of games that Sony is showing at their State of Play today, they're cooked, bro. They are cooked. And I say that as somebody who's like rooting for them. Like, come on, man, let's have a good show. I'm not trying to be overly dramatic, but again, I just refuse to believe that this is 3/4 of the show that we're looking at right now, because this is so unbelievable. Like, this is so unbelievably underwhelming. It's like, is this a joke? Like, are we a joke to you, Sony? But it might be. It might be. I mean, we did hear from Remedy that we're going to hear about Alan Wake 2 soon. My God, why is The Last of Us there, dude? Why? Why is it there again? Yeah, I mean, look, they show Horizon Zero Dawn, but I mean, I don't know. Apparently, a remaster's supposed to show up. Saying, why are we heating? Or I don't know if you meant to say hating on Alan Wake 2. No, I mean, Alan Wake 2, it depends. That's actually one of the games that I would want to see, depending on what they show. Like, I know people are talking about a DLC for it showing up, but yeah, this is the potential leak. Again, I don't know. I don't know what to make of this. I'm just trying to give Sony the benefit of the doubt and assume that that this is not going to be like, 3/4 of their show. But then again, man, when I think about past State of Plays, I got to be honest with you. I think about past State of Plays, I'm like, the more I look at this list, it's like, this is it, isn't it? This is it. Luke, you're saying if this is real, if this is the real lineup, then I'm speechless. Mark, you're saying if that list is true, I'm going to bring an unprecedented amount of rage. I already see it. I mean, it is an unacceptable list, man. Like I said, the only way this could be okay is if there's like 5 games underneath it that are just top tier bangers, where it's like, you know what? All right, that's cool. If like if the last 5 games that are supposed to fill out the full 20 are just amazing, I could accept what I'm looking at. But right now, it ain't a good look. Skiro, you're saying I said it before and we'll say it again. If Sony is not announcing a God of War 2005 remake for its 20th anniversary, they're officially done and dusted. The disrespect they have for classic God of War is unreal. I mean, I'll be honest, I'm not expecting it. I got to be totally honest with you. I'm not expecting that to show up. I don't even know if that's in development. That would be a pretty big surprise, I would say, though. I would be quite surprised by that. Battle Grizz, you're saying maybe the factions game they were working on is now just added to The Last of Us Part 1? Oh my God, dude, I would see now that would completely transform the announcement. I don't think that's the case, but I don't think that's happening. I would love that, but Uh, Kareem Ali, you're saying if it's real, this would suck because is this how Sony celebrates their 30th anniversary? Well, I will say that quite a few people are holding out hope, and I don't know how much hope you should have for something like this, but quite a few people are holding out hope that basically what Sony's going to do is have a pretty underwhelming state of play today. And the reason for that is because they're planning to do a 30th anniversary showcase that will happen the first week of December, because the first week of December will officially be the 30th anniversary of PlayStation. December 4th, 2024 marks the 30th anniversary. So, it sounds amazing in theory and on paper. Like I love that. I love that idea. Like, yeah, Sony, come on. Let's do something big for your 30th anniversary. And maybe that's why they didn't show any first. They're not going to, maybe if they don't show any first party today, maybe that's why. But again, I don't know that I'm going to just assume that if this state of play is very weak, that's the case. So yeah, we're just going to get a showcase in December. Like honestly, the Game Awards are coming. I'm more likely to believe that if Sony has anything they want to show, they would show it at the Game Awards. But I just want to know if Sony has a surprise closer for today. I want to show you another tweet that I put out that I think you guys might find interesting or at least a little bit helpful. But we also have Hickzaki says media overuse of The Last of Us ruined it for me. BB save us. Dude, I would love to see Death Stranding too. And yeah, I think I'm at a point with The Last of Us where it's like I'm ready to just kind of see it take a little break. Only because I feel like, it would be nice to get something new and refreshing from Naughty Dog. I feel like it's been too long. Oh, maybe you meant Bloodborne. My bad. I don't know why. I guess I just assumed Death Stranding too, because I'm going to be honest, man, like the amount of people, it's so comical, the amount of people that I see talking about Bloodborne every time there's a state of play. And I get it. I love Bloodborne. It's one of my favorite games ever. But I'm trying to tell people, and I know I get it, because it's like I hear stuff all the time too where I'm like, you're probably right, but I'm going to dream anyway. But Bloodborne's not coming until next gen, dude. Bloodborne is not happening this generation. I mean, if it does happen this generation, it'll be very close to the PlayStation 6 and it'll be cross-gen. But yeah, bro, it's anybody got. Could you imagine if I was wrong tonight, though? I'm like sitting here be like, Bloodborne's never going to happen, guys. It's not anytime soon. And then like Sony's like, oh, we have one more announcement to make before we close the state of play. And they actually announce Bloodborne remastered. Could you imagine that? I mean, it depends. I don't know. It depends on how desperate Sony is for a big win, because there are quite a few things that Sony could do at this state of play that I think would make it an automatic W, right? Bloodborne is one of them. If they don't want to do Bloodborne, you could do Ghost of Tsushima 2. Make that your closer. You close this state of play with a Ghost of Tsushima 2 announcement. Boom. Automatic W. Automatic win. Automatic, okay. Great state of play. If not Ghost of Tsushima 2, show Ben's game. Show a new IP. There's a lot of different things he could do. There's a lot of different things, but I'm just not convinced they're going to do any of them. They're saving Bloodborne for worst case scenario. Yeah, worst case scenario, guys. PlayStation 6 is $700. We really can't do anything about it. Everybody says, boo. We don't want the PlayStation 6. Get it out of here. And they're like, but we got Bloodborne Remake. Okay, I'm going to pay the $700 for the PlayStation 6 now. I could see him saving it for that. Venom game trailer. PlayStation Pete says, MBG, how much would you pay for the 30th anniversary PS5 Pro? For me, it's $5,000. I would not be able to pay $5,000. The absolute most for me, I don't know, man. Like, I expect it to be over $1,000. I expect the pricing of it, just if you're buying it from Sony, to be like $1,200 or $1,300 or something. And I don't know that I would go much higher than that. Like I've decided like when it comes to the 30th anniversary edition PS5 Pro bundle, I'm not like for me, I'm not gonna I might try to get it, but if it's like I'm on PlayStation Direct and I'm clicking the link or I'm clicking add to cart and nothing's happening and their website is crashing, I'm out. I'm not going to stress. I'm good. I love what Sony's doing. I actually really like what they're doing with the 30th anniversary stuff, but I'm not going to stress out over it. And I'm also not going to try to get it through a scalper because I've seen the prices that scalpers are already preparing to sell these things for. And I've been seeing prices in like 8K, 10K, and I'm like, I'm good. I'm quite all right. I love PlayStation. I grew up with the PS1, but I'm good. But $5,000, man, if that's what you're willing to pay, hey man, it's your money, you know? If that feels like it would be worth it to you, who am I to say? To each their own is what I say. As long as it's, not destructive. I want to show you this tweet though. Give me one sec. It's the one I put right here. So, this I think is worth going over right now. Like when we're talking about expectations, what should we expect from this state of play? Well, I went back and Sony did a January state of play. I think a lot of people forgot about that. It's understandable. I mean, it was like almost 10 months ago. But they did a January state of play. That state of play was 42 minutes long. There were 15 total games shown. 1 new first-party announcement. 4 first-party game updates. Now, I do want to let you know, when I say 4 first-party game updates, I'm also talking about, I'm talking about games that Sony published. So games like Rise of the Ronin, Sony published that. I'm going to count that. It's under the PlayStation Studios banner. Games like Stellar Blade, same thing. Under SIE, published by Sony. I'm going to count that. Games like Helldivers 2. It's a second-party game. Sony doesn't own Arrowhead, but I'm going to count that. And I think it's only fair to count that because I don't want to just hyper fixate and make it seem like those games don't count. Like, okay, they do because a lot of people were excited for them. So they definitely count. But if you look back at the January state of play, that's what we were looking at. Okay, you're saying we will see a Microsoft and Nintendo logo or will we see a Microsoft and Nintendo logo in the PlayStation state of play today? I'm going to say no. I see where you're coming from, okay? And I'm thinking like there's a slight chance, but I'm not expecting it. It would be very surprising. Well, actually, you know what? I will say this. I firmly believe we are going to see a release date trailer for Lego Horizon Adventures, and you're going to see the Switch logo there. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So, but outside of that, I don't think you're going to see much. I don't think the Switch logo is going to show up anywhere else. It'd be pretty surprising if it did. It's possible, but could a Microsoft game show up? I mean, that'd be so funny. If a Microsoft game shows up, I mean, it's going to be hard for me to be mad at Sony where it's like, okay, if your competitor's literally like, here, can you show off our game in your show? It's going to be hard for me to think like, I mean, I get it. I get like if Microsoft is like, yo, here's Forza Horizon 5, Sony, can you show that off on a trailer on your state of play? If you're Sony, you're probably thinking, why like, we don't need to show anything yet, do we? Like, no, I guess not. Or yeah, there's gonna be an Indiana Jones trailer or something. It's gonna be awkward, man. It's gonna be so awkward if that happens. But honestly, not that shocking. Not that shocking. But yeah, so January state of play, 42 minutes long, 15 total games, 1 new first-party announcement. For those wondering, what was the new first-party announcement in January? It was PlayStation Studios partnering once again with Kojima Productions for Viscint. his return to tactical espionage action. Pretty big announcement. I mean, it's an announcement where it's like, yeah, this game is a PlayStation 6 game for sure, but a big announcement nonetheless. Sean Mitchell, you're saying, I want to keep my expectations in check, MBG, but I want to hold hope we get an update from either Bend or Sucker Punch, even if it's to say a trailer is coming soon. Hopefully we get some Death Stranding too. Well, check this out, Sean. Well, I agree with you. I want to hold out hope that one of these studios shows up. I don't know that I'm right there with you, man. Like, my expectations are like, I don't know though. Are my expectations getting too high? Maybe. But it's worth noting, September 29th, Death Stranding 2 presentation at Tokyo Game Show, extended by 30 minutes. It was going to be an hour. It's an hour and a half now. What is Kojima cooking? A 60-minute cutscene. Highly likely a 60-minute cutscene, and I will be there for it. But I wouldn't be shocked if we saw Death Stranding 2 here. It seems like it would kind of make sense. And Disco Cobra 2013 says, so what time will the 30th be available for pre-order Eastern time? I was going to watch Jake Randall's stream to see if that helps. I'm not sure. Still want to get a controller, if anything. That is still dope. Yeah, I would like to get a controller as well. It's the PS5 Pro bundle that I just feel like I'm not. I know it's a defeatist mentality, but it's like, bro, I'm like 99.9999% sure I'm not going to have any chance in the world of getting that. But getting a controller, I would like to do that. And I think anybody who just wants to get the controller or like a Portal or something, I think you'll have a pretty good chance. I don't think they're going to sell out immediately. As far as I'm aware, 10 a.m. Eastern. I'm Eastern time as well. So 10 a.m. is when that's the last I heard. That's when everything's going up all at one time. So if you want a regular PS5 Pro, that's when you're going to pre-order it. If you want any of the 30th anniversary edition stuff, that's when you're going to pre-order it. I'm fully expecting Sony's website to just explode under the sheer weight of everybody trampling one another on the internet. So hopefully that helps, Disco Cobra. I'll be interested to see. It's going to be fun to stream that day. See who got what, right? Who got what. But the second state of play that Sony did this year was in May. May 2024 state of play was 35 minutes long. Now, it's worth noting in the PlayStation blog post that Sony put up for the May state of play, they said the exact same thing that they said here. It's a little over 30 minutes. Turned out to be exactly 35 minutes. That's a whole extra 5 minutes. I'm just throwing it out there. But 35 minutes, 14 total games, 1 new first-party announcement, 3 first-party game updates. So the new first-party game announcement was, of course, Astrobot, which was a great announcement. The first-party game updates we had, I'm not going to lie, there were some pretty underwhelming ones. Concord, everybody's favorite. Concord was there. Until Dawn Remake was there. And Lego Horizon Adventures. So, you see three first-party updates. Not necessarily the most exciting ones. But Astrobot, Concord, Until Dawn, Lego Horizon. That was the May state of play. So if we look at the 2 stated plays we got this year so far, and then we look at what Sony's telling us about tonight's stated play. Tonight's stated play will be about 30, 35 minutes long and feature more than 20 games. So over 20 games, maybe like 22, 23, something like that. Maybe just 21. I mean, it seems like we're going to get some first party updates, but I do want to caution everybody again, I'm not trying to like kill the buzz or anything, but just caution everybody. Those first party updates might look like this. You might be looking at Lego Horizon release date trailer. Horizon Zero Dawn remastered. Maybe Days Gone remastered as well, if rumors are to be believed. Maybe we could see Fair Games. Don't know if there's anybody excited for that. And realistically, if we're talking about a bigger game showing up, well, the one thing I can't kind of shake here is the fact that Spider-Man 2 DLC is apparently something that's been in the works this entire time, but just hasn't been announced. There was also the Insomniac leak that revealed they have a standalone Venom game, kind of similar to Miles Morales, but starring Venom instead. They have that in the works. And so, I did see some people speculating that maybe the big surprise announcement at the end of today's Stated Plate, maybe, just maybe, it could be Venom. Look, Insomniac's been doing a lot of the heavy lifting this generation so far, so it wouldn't necessarily be the most surprising thing if they end up, coming in again and doing another heavy lift for the PlayStation 5. But Venom remake, yeah. We just decided to remake it now. Surprise announcement, Concord remastered. Yeah, I love the Concord jokes where it's like Concord 30-day edition or something, Oh my God, could you imagine though could you just imagine if Sony actually did have a trailer for Concord and it's like, we're going to re-release Concord? Spider-Man 2 Complete Edition on PC with DLC? Oh, yeah. I mean, there's probably going to be a PC announcement or two as well. Yeah. Spider-Man 2 being announced for PC. I don't know. I feel like Spider-Man 2 might take a little bit longer. I could be wrong. Maybe it will show up today. But I just get the feeling that Spider-Man 2 is a game that Sony might still see as like a system seller for now. But, oh yeah, The Last of Us 2. Yeah, that apparently is supposed to come out early next year. So I would imagine that's going to get announced. Racket Raccoon, you're saying this state of play will disappoint. I'm done holding out hope on anything being revealed. Quote, keep your expectations low and you will never be disappointed. I wonder who said that. Well, you know what? You can't go wrong. Look, I see a lot of people, they say, look, I have no expectations. I have low expectations. And you can't go wrong, man. Like, I'm not telling people you shouldn't have high expectations. It's not my place to tell you how you should feel going into it. But I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, I can't blame anybody at this point for just going in kind of like, I don't know, man. I'm practically going in that way. I don't like going into shows like that, and I certainly don't like going into PlayStation shows like that, but I have to just be honest with myself and with you guys as well, where it's like, I'm fully prepared for this to be an extremely underwhelming show that when it's all said and done, it's just like, yep, saw that coming. It's not because I don't, I'm not going to throw like a fit about it and be like, man, I hate Sony. I'm done. I'm out. Yeah, we're going to get abandoned remake. There we go. I'm not going to do that because I know too much about what Sony has in development. I know too much about what they're cooking, and I will be mad that, like, man, this shit's taking forever. And I'm getting impatient. I'm not going to lie. I think everybody's getting impatient, but I'm not going to, not going to flip my desk over and be like, I'm out. Maybe I will. I don't know. Stay tuned. Who knows? But yeah, I'm going in with pretty low expectations. I would love for Sony to surprise me, man. I would love for that to happen, but Bismarck129 says, any chance of a Medieval 2 remake being announced? I don't think so, honestly. I think the first Medieval game got remade. That was in like 2019, but I think it sold pretty poorly, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think it sold very well. And so I think because of that, Sony was just like, okay, maybe we're just going to kind of, just leave that IP be. But I don't know. I don't want to say there's zero chance. I just think it's very unlikely. Very unlikely. Yeah, so that's something that's worth noting is there was a Soul Reaver leak. Apparently, the Soul Reaver 1 and 2 remaster is real. This is something that, believe it or not, actually leaked out a couple of months ago by a piece of merchandise, a statue, and it just had it plastered right on there. It just said Soul Reaver 1 and 2 remake. And no announcement came. So people were like, what was up with that? Now it leaked out on the PlayStation Store. So the fact that it leaked on the PlayStation Store today seems to indicate that this is an announcement that will take place. And that gives me hope because it seems to indicate that that list of games that we were looking at for a while there, it seems to indicate that, yeah, that's not necessarily indicative of the games that are the 20 games that are going to show up at the State of Play. Gives me a little bit of hope. Another remaster. Yeah, I know people are tired of the remasters, but it is what it is, man. People said this is going to be a State of remaster. It might be. It might be. But the only thing I am a little bit fearful of is it's going to be such a bad look for PlayStation. Like, truly. I say this as a fan. Like, it's going to be such a bad look for PlayStation if the only two first-party games they end up showing, like new first-party games, are Days Gone remastered and Horizon Zero Dawn remastered. I really hope, like, I don't mind if those games show up. I don't. I do not mind if those games show up. I only mind if those games show up and Sony actually thinks, like, that's good enough, right? That's going to be like a new level of, like, what the fuck, If they show me those two remasters, I know people are going to clown on them, and I get it. I get why people are going to clown on them. But if they show those two remasters, but then, again, close this show with something new and exciting, okay. I'm going to breathe a sigh of relief and feel good. Our big closer, the moment everybody's been waiting for. No, not Ghost of Tsushima 2. Nope. Days Gone Remastered. This one's for you, John Garvin. They're specifically going to say it like that, too. Apparently, Harry Potter Director's Cut is going to be here, which is, oh, man, it's starting to look spooky. It's starting to look spooky, man. This State of Play, if you think about it, man, yeah, I'm not kidding. Apparently, that's a thing that's been going around. It's starting to look spooky out here, bro. And I know we're about to be in. I know. It's about to be October. It's not October. Things are supposed to be spooky, but not like this, man. We're hearing Harry Potter Director's Cut. We're hearing The Last of Us. Based on this leak, The Last of Us Part 1. We're hearing Horizon Zero Dawn Remastered. We're hearing Days Gone Remastered. We're hearing Legacy of Kain 1 and 2 Remastered. Although I think people will be happy about the Legacy of Kain Remaster, to be honest. I don't think people are going to be upset about that. But it sounds like a lot, man. Like, I just counted off 5 games, bro. Like, I know people keep making the joke, like, State of Remaster, but I'm really starting to get nervous. Like, shit, is that actually what we're about to see right now? I'm expecting there to be an emphasis on, like, enhanced PS5 Pro games. That I do expect, but there's just this level of trepidation. Abandoned Remastered. Oh, my God. I'll be there. Hell yeah, I'll be there for Abandoned Remastered. Sign me up. Day one. Day one for me. Let me see if anything else has come out. We still have some time. We have some time. We have about an hour and 15 minutes. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I went live a little too early. Not a big deal. I don't mind hanging out. Man, this tweet I put out seems to be gaining quite a bit of traction. I just noticed, not the one you're looking at, but the one above it. I'll put that back up. Put it back up. This tweet, it says it's at 21K views. It's actually at 29K now. It seems to be gaining quite a bit of traction. I know that new people are kind of filing in, or, leaving, new people coming into the stream. So I'll just leave this up so people can see. Yeah, like this person says, I'm not sure why they would show old games like Stellar Blade, etc., unless it's to show that the games are PS5 Pro enhanced. I said my hope is it's basically a PS5 Pro enhanced compilation trailer that's like 2 minutes showing all of the games. Having your entire lineup for State of Play being games that already released would be kind of nuts. But yeah, I don't know, man. One of the things that I do find disappointing, again, just being honest about my evaluation of Sony and PlayStation right now, one of the things that I do find very disappointing these days is like kind of moments like this, right? Where we don't get stated plays that often. We get stated plays like once every 3 or 4 months. And they're just scattered throughout the year. And it's just, I wish Sony would just wake up and realize, like, look at all the replies you're getting across the internet. Like, people are not excited, dude. And that's just sad to me, where it's like, what happened? Like, people used to get excited about PlayStation and the idea of PlayStation having any type of show. And that's just like non-existent now, dude, where people are just like people are still going to tune in, but it's just sad to see Concord happen. Yeah, that is true. I mean, don't get me wrong. I know it, a lot of the things that have happened, but I guess I just mean to say, like, it would be nice if Sony, I don't want them to like have knee-jerk reactions necessarily, because that's a stupid idea as well. Like, you got to do what's best for the business, obviously, or things can go south real quick, right? But I just feel like they should care more. Like, truthfully, I think Sony should care, where it's like, dude, everybody's laughing at your show and it hasn't even happened yet. Where like the joke is, oh, Concord's going to show up, but it's a state of remaster. And anybody who has any semblance of excitement just gets totally drowned out. And that's where I just feel like Sony has completely lost control of the narrative. And I guess maybe as long as their bottom line is fine, maybe the way Sony sees it is, hey, we're making money. We're making sales. We don't care. Fine. Okay. But eventually, you're going to hit a wall. Eventually. I don't know when, but it will happen. And when that day comes, you're going to wish that you cared a little bit more about the narrative. And you might find that it's not going to be as easy to control it again, or to get back on it. And that's why the idea of this state of play being a big letdown is just truly disappointing, because it's like, now would be the time, Sony. Like, right now would be the time. I'm not going to say you're going to win everybody back. It doesn't work like that. But now would be the time to get people feeling good, to get people walking away from this show today being like, man, Sony's had a couple of mistakes, and still, maybe you're still not excited about the Pro or anything like that. And obviously people won't forget Concord anytime soon. But if people can walk away from this being like, that was a good show. Yeah. That's a start. That's a really good start. And let's build that momentum. I feel like Sony showed there was like a spark with Astrobot when Astrobot released, where it's like, all right, Sony, you got the momentum back on your side. People love Astrobot, and then they announced a $700 console. It's like, okay, all right, well, that's unfortunate. You immediately killed any momentum you built, but all right, that's a couple weeks old now. Time to establish some new momentum building with the state of play. Hopefully. Cuddy Can't Hang, you're saying, interesting, Sony didn't temper expectations like usual. Still not expecting much at all, though. Yeah, I have to admit that if you read the blog post that Sony put out about today's state of play, I mean, they really didn't give you much guidance at all. They're just like, we got 20 games from development studios all around the world, PS5, PSVR 2, 20 plus games, 30 minutes long. They didn't say whether it's first party. They didn't say whether it's third party. They didn't tell you, like you're saying, they didn't tell you to like not expect this or that. They just kind of left it open. So, like I said, man, I would love nothing more. I'll say this. If Sony ends this show today, if they end tonight's state of play with a bang, like just something like a really big closer, I would feel very relieved because it means they understand. Like they understood the assignment where it's like, guys, you can't do this. You can't have just an underwhelming state of play that leaves everybody feeling apathetic or annoyed. You can't. You need to bring at least one thing that people can gravitate towards and be like, hey man, 80% of what I saw I'm not interested in, but they did it. They brought this, right? Whatever this is, insert whatever game you want. And if they can do that, it tells me that somebody there at Sony, like, they can read the fucking room and realize, like, bro, do you not see how bad it's going to be if you don't have something hype? You know? We got okay saying remasters are safe. New IP is a lot of money. Investors crave the easy money. I know. And that's why I'm saying, like, I don't mind remasters and remakes. I know maybe sometimes they're a little bit overdone, but I'm not going to pretend like there aren't a lot of remasters and remakes I have and I'm also looking forward to, or have enjoyed and still looking forward to. But I also, it's like, yeah, I also feel like we do need to see some new stuff. It's taken a bit too long now. That's why I feel like if Sony shows like 3 remasters today, but just one new banger, bro. Like, this is where we're at now. It's like, we just need one new banger. Please just show us one. I'll take it. I'll take it. Skira says, I smell you know something about Blue Box Studios. Oh, God. I wish. Listen, the only thing I've said in the past, and I will continue to say until, I don't know, until probably I'm done talking on YouTube. I said I thought it was Kojima, and I'm telling you, I'm not going to be shocked if years down the line we find out he's like, yeah, that was me. I got in a bit of trouble. I couldn't tell anybody about it. Some kind of social experiment or some shit. I would not be shocked. Blue Box is revealing their new IP today. And one more thing we have left to show you, everybody. Please be excited. That'd be amazing. Abandoned 2. Rebandoned. There we go. I love it. Could you imagine though, like, just how insane it would be if just like the Blue Box Game Studios logo popped up somewhere, just casually at a state of play? D. Kent says, not gonna lie, y'all killed my hype. Sorry, man. Well, It's because I'm going to be real with you, man. I'd rather us collectively just be able to have like a depressing therapy session when the show's over than like an anger session. Cause like I've just spent so many years being angry at stuff and like I'm just kind of tired, you know? And I feel like, this is why people go in with low expectations. They go in with low expectations so that way, if it's really not good, there's no emotional investment where it's like, whatever, bro. Whatever. I'd rather feel sad than angry at this point. So I'm sorry if I'm killing anybody's hype, but Ansel, you're saying LMAO, this is so pessimistic, MBG. I'm not expecting much either, but geez. Yeah, I'm just going to straight up. I'm going to have to rename my channel at some point to DBG, just Depression Bound Gamer. You think I should do a poll? All right. Let me read these supers and then I'll put up a poll. I'll gauge how you guys are feeling. I'm your favorite doom and gloom streamer. Well, I appreciate that. I mean, people who've been here for a while, look, I can bring the hype, but I can only bring the hype if it's coming to me naturally. I can't force it. And I don't know, man. I want to believe, but I don't know. Alpha Spooker says RE9 is the closer. Don't expect any new first party. I think the keyword there would be new first party. That's what would be kind of surprising to me is if there was, but it's what I want, right? Like I want a new first party game, a big closer. But RE9 being the closer, I would be excited for that. I mean, I know it's not the same as like a big first party game from Sony, but I'm not going to pretend I'm not stoked at the idea of seeing Resident Evil 9 revealed. I'd be very excited for that. Jakey Stee with an unboxing super sticker. Thank you for that, Jakey. I know you like doing the super stickers. Luna says Astrobot, that's actually the name of my cat. Astrobot was a big closer and it wasn't enough. Yeah, I know. Luna, I believe that Astrobot, and I tried to defend it. I'm like, dude, Astrobot's pretty exciting. But I understood. I'm like, I'm not going to sit here and try to pretend that Astrobot has the same appeal, that like something like a new Naughty Dog game or a new Sucker Punch game or a new Santa Monica game. I'm not going to pretend that it's going to have the same overall appeal. It's just not. It's not meant to. But I was a little bit, it was a little bit disappointing to see how like some people were kind of just brushing Astrobot off like it was nothing. But let me put out this poll for you guys. You can vote on it. What should the poll be? What are your expectations for today's state of play? Hold on. I'm trying to. I don't know. I was thinking about putting like a funny fourth option, but I'm afraid to do that because I feel like if I put the funny fourth option, people are just going to click it because they think it's funny. All right. I'll just keep it like this. I'm going to keep it simple. I'm sorry. Let me get rid of this option. Wait, how do I get rid of this option? Why can't I get rid of this option? This is disaster. All right, I have to put a fourth option. I'm trying to think of something clever on the spot, but it's not working. All right. I'm just going to screw it. All right. There you go. What are your expectations for today's state of play? High, mid, low, or lower than low? Lower than low is all I got, man. We have to gauge just how low people's expectations are. Is it low or like lower than low? We have Mr. Metalface. Thank you so much for the super chat, buddy. Saying still holding out hope for a Bloodborne remaster / update. Also, is there a slight chance we might see something regarding the Wolverine game, even though it got leaked? In regards to Wolverine, I've seen quite a few people bringing it up, and I mean, my expectation for Wolverine is we're not going to see anything of it until next year. I don't think it's releasing next year. The leaks revealed that they're targeting 2026 for a release. And I think it's like, yeah, the timing, it's like we haven't heard anything from Wolverine, not counting the leaks, of course, but we haven't heard anything officially since the reveal in 2021. Would a new Wolverine trailer be very welcome and feel like, yeah, this is the right time? Yes. But I just still get this feeling, Insomniac, they've already done so much for the PS5 this generation. I'm not gonna feel like, man, where is this game, guys? I'm not gonna put that on Insomniac because, again, Insomniac's done so much already. I feel like there are a lot of other studios that probably should be ready to show something before Insomniac. But yeah, there is, I guess, maybe some people thinking that because it's been so long since we've seen Wolverine, this would be a good place for it to show up. But again, not to be the wet blanket here, but I don't think Wolverine's showing up. If Wolverine showed up today, I'd be very surprised and excited. I'd love to see a new Wolverine trailer. But I would be, cautious assuming that that's what we're going to get today. We have OK here saying, isn't that spooky? PlayStation can assuage fears with one tease. Yeah, I mean, it is a little spooky, but I think that that's just kind of, I maintain that one of the reasons why people seem to be very sensitive to PlayStation these days and Sony is because I think Sony created a very, very high expectation. I think that they created a high expectation over the years, especially all throughout the PS4 generation. And that high expectation, it's basically twofold, right? We expect exciting game reveals, and then we expect exciting games to release. Like very high quality, very exciting games. And Sony delivered that during the PS4 generation. I would say they delivered that for the beginning of this generation, but they've waned a little bit. And especially the last couple months outside of Astrobot, people have really been kind of questioning, like, Sony, bro, like, what's going on? And that's putting it lightly. But that's where I just feel like people they're looking for a sign. That's what I believe. I think people are looking for a sign because when I saw the way the internet reacted, not that the internet is reality, but I mean, it's a big part of, the overall conversation. When I saw the way the internet reacted when Astrobot came out, I saw like that, again, that spark where I'm like, damn, people are very happy right now. And people were getting excited because it felt like the sign, like, oh yeah, finally Sony's getting back on it. They're back on the horse now. And then again, like, more bad news about Concord came out. The PS5 Pro reveal caused a lot of friction with people. And now here we are. And that's why I just think it's like if Sony were to bring one major reveal today, like a Ghost of Tsushima 2 or something, or a new Wolverine trailer, I think like people would definitely latch on to that and gravitate towards it because it's like it's a sign. Like, okay, like we're they're still here, guys. Like they're still doing what it is that we've been wanting them to do. That's why it's so concerning if they just don't do it. Dragon Blood Eye says, put Concord 2 in there in the poll. I would have. I'm telling you, man, I would have, but that would be the most voted right now, you know? I'm trying to actually gauge what people are expecting tonight. But thank you for the recommendation, Dragon Blood Eye. Cuddy Can't Hang says, Insomniac tweeted the anniversary of Sunset Overdrive this morning. Coincidence? Yes. Cuddy Can't Hang, I'm going to tell you right now, bro, don't do this to yourself. Insomniac has been famous for kind of, you know, tweeting out about this stuff. And people kind of latching on to it thinking, oh, I think they're teasing something. It's like, no, they're definitely not. They're literally just celebrating the anniversary. Don't do it to yourself, man. Sunset Overdrive remastered. It would be funny. Irvin, you're saying Jeff Keighley's hyping up the show? What does he know? What does Jeff know? Does he know anything? Jakey Stee asks the question, how low can you go? We're going to find out, Jakey. We're going to find out together. We have less than an hour now. And Kirby Shaw, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, buddy. You're saying, ended up picking up a black 2 terabyte SSD for my PS5. So thank you all for the advice. Also, I was wondering if you've dipped into Space Marine 2. Beautiful and great game that gives me PS3/Xbox 360 vibes. Happy State of Play Day. Well, Kirby's pretty happy about the State of Play. And yeah, I'm glad the chat was able to help you out yesterday with picking out your SSD. Space Marine 2, I haven't picked it up yet. It's a game that I definitely plan on playing. I think at this point I've just accepted. I've been trying to find a physical copy of it, but I've been struggling to find it anywhere. So I'm assuming they're going to produce more. I think the game is just selling much better for them than they expected it to. So all the physical copies are sold out. I think they're going to get restocked in the coming weeks. So what I'm going to do is for now, I'm just going to set my sights on Silent Hill 2 and Until Dawn. And then those will probably keep me busy for at least a couple weeks in October. And then probably towards the end of October, I would imagine I imagine I'll be finished with those games. And then that's when I'll probably pick up a physical copy of Space Marine 2 and give that a play because it looks really good. I've been hearing nothing but really good things about that game, and it's definitely one I plan to play. So thank you for that, Kirby. And Luke Vodergs says, I'm really worried about the state of play. Everyone is freaking out. I'm sick of Xbox always coming out on top when we should be celebrating today. I'll tell you what, man, if Microsoft shows up today with a big Xbox game releasing on PS5, somehow Xbox is going to be on top. No, I feel you, man. I don't know that I feel the same about like Xbox coming out on top necessarily, because I don't know. They are going to have a show at TGS, but my feeling on this is it sucks to see everybody freaking out. It does. Like I would love if everybody was just hyped right now because we were all certain that this is going to be a great show. But there's just too much uncertainty, man. There's too much uncertainty. Guys, we have over 1,000 people watching and hanging out, which is awesome to see. Thank you guys so much for the support and tuning in. Just want to ask you to take a moment. If you want to see more people join the stream, get new people into the stream, the best way you can do that, the best way you can make that happen is hit that like button. We're already over 300 likes. The more people that hit the like button, the more likes this stream gets, the better it's going to do with YouTube's algorithm, and the higher the chance we have of YouTube pushing the stream out and getting more people in here. Steven, you're saying had an extra at GameStop. I work there, friends with the manager. If I want a Pro, I'm almost guaranteed to get one. It's gone now. Damn. Cypherpunk says, please no sloppy seconds for Xbox games today. Damn. Like I said, I don't expect Microsoft to show up at the State of Play. That would be pretty surprising to me. I'm going to be honest. It's not like it would be the most mind-blowing thing based off of the fact that Microsoft has already released some Xbox games on PlayStation, but it would just be like, wow, they're straight up putting their games in State of Plays now. You know, it would be surprising on that level where it's like, okay, well, this is a new way they're doing things. Disco Cobra 2013 says, I always keep my expectations low so as to never be disappointed. If something happens I didn't expect, then that's the icing on the cake. So both the 30th and regular Pro console are launching on the 26th. Yeah, for pre-orders. The 26th is when pre-orders for all of the new products go up on PlayStation Direct specifically. Oh, here comes Boss. Hello, Boss. Boss wants to know if we're going to hit 25 members today and get snacks. He's officially come over and asked me now. Benino says with a $3 tip, and really quick before I read that, Disco Cobra, I also wanted to comment on what you said about, you know, you always keep your expectations low so as not to be disappointed. Yeah, that's pretty much a common thing at this point that I think a lot of people do. It's not just exclusive to video games. A lot of people maybe just take this, you know, they just take this approach in life with a lot of things, and it's not a bad one, you know? It's not the most exciting one, but quite effective. Boss, don't bite my mic, bro. Don't bite my mic. Hold on, I gotta... get this up there, and let me get... I see that Silent Spartan drops a membership gift for you guys. So Zombie Dragon dropped one, and Silent Spartan dropped one. We're actually at 2. I can update that in just a moment. Thank you, Silent Spartan.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And boss, you gotta go, bro. So, bought a new cat tree because boss just refuses to use this one now. It should be here in a couple days. I got a cat tree that the top part where he's gonna sleep is bigger, because I was like thinking maybe he's just not comfortable on that anymore because he's a little bit bigger now. So I got him a bigger cat tree, like a wider one. And Silent Spartan comes in and drops 5 membership gifts. He dropped the single. Now he drops the 5 bomb. 5 memberships gifted. Thank you so much for that, Silent Spartan. That brings us up to 7 members. Let me update that so you can see where we're at. And I'll keep things rolling along with these super chats. So yeah, if you guys want to jump in, get a member train going. Anybody who gets gifted a membership gets access to some exclusive member perks and content. We're going to be doing some members content later this week. Oh, appreciate the support, guys. Thank you for that, Silent Spartan. And Luke Vadergs, I don't know if I'm saying your name correctly, but Luke decides to hop on the member train He becomes a member. Welcome aboard, man. Thank you so much. That brings us up to 8. Love to see it. Yeah, appreciate all the support, guys. Means a lot. And I'm going to read some of these super chats. I just have to copy this here. I'm looking at this poll. A lot of people's expectations are apparently lower than low. Damn. It's dire out here, man. It's dire out here. All right, we have let me see. So I'm definitely a little bit behind on the super chats here. We have Chris Brown saying people hating on PS5, but I like my games, high-end VR, plays my 4K Blu-rays. Sony deserves the criticism, but the console shouldn't. What else should it do? Yeah, I get where you're coming from, Chris. I do think people get a bit too extreme sometimes. But I just think at this point, I've just accepted that's the nature of the internet, you know? Hey, don't you chew my wires? Come on. That's the nature of the internet, man. But yeah, I've really been enjoying my PS5 as well. I'm not going to sit here and pretend I haven't. And Luke V, if you don't mind, that's what I'll call you. Oh, yeah, and Venino, I'm sorry about that. I'll read that as well. Thank you for reminding me. Luke V says, I'm tired of GOAT Gaming controlling the narrative of gaming. I've heard Nib and XVault are trying to get him banned with generic Eric and Star Wars people. Bro, I'm going to be real with you right now. I don't even know half of what I just read. I'm going to be totally real with you, Luke. I GOAT Gaming, that dude has come on my channel and like dropped some membership gifts sometimes. But I've seen his Twitter, man. Holy shit. It's bad. I guess we'll see what happens, Luke. We'll see what happens. You have to let me know. And we have Or versus World joins the member train here. Or versus World becomes a member. Welcome to Greatness Awaits. Thank you so much for that. Let's get some W's in the chat for some of these community members just straight up becoming members. Community members. Or versus World, says W. Well, thank you. That brings us up to 9 members on the day. So we're getting there, man. We're getting there. We got about 40 minutes left for the state of play or until it starts. So we got plenty of time to hit that goal. We hit 25. We'll feed the beast. I don't know how many new people we have here today. I imagine there are some new viewers, but we basically have a thing here where if we hit 25 members, I'll give Boss, my cat, some cat treats. We have, well, let me read this direct donation as well. Direct donation from Venino, and he says, what about The Last of Us 1 Factions Shadow Drop? What PC port do you think Sony will drop, MBG? PC port-wise, the two that I'm thinking, well, for sure, I'm thinking The Last of Us Part 2 for PC. Maybe Spider-Man 2. Other than that, I don't know. I guess anything, right? Anything's kind of up in the air. Man, I don't know. I'm not playing that game, no, Vinny. No, I'm not even gonna try to sit here and be like, oh yeah, they're gonna do a factions multiplayer shout. I mean, dude, would I love that? Hell yeah. That would be it. That'd be amazing. See, I don't even want to get my hopes up for that. Oh, here's why The Last of Us Part 1 is at the state of play, because we remade the multiplayer. Now it's there for Part 1. Enjoy. Oh my God, that'd be like, yeah, I'll take it. I know state of remake, state of remaster, I get it, but I'll take that. Hell yeah. But I don't think that's what we're getting. Saying, let me dream. I'll let you dream. Kirby Shaw says, in regards to today's state of play, hope lies in dreams, in imagination, and in the courage of those who dare to make dreams into reality. Jonas Salk. Dream away, Kirby. Hey man, I know I'm being a real downer today, but don't let me stop you from dreaming. Dream big. Anthony O says, Herman Hulst is as incompetent as Phil Spencer and worse than Jim Lyon. Not even Jim Lyon, Ryan, just straight up Jim Lyon. I don't know, man. I'm gonna give it a little bit more time. I have my concerns about Herman Hulst. I do. I definitely have my concerns about Herman Hulst, and I am a little bit nervous about the future of PlayStation Studios at this point, but I don't want to make it sound like Herman hasn't done anything good. He has. But it does seem like maybe he had to learn a hard lesson with Concord. And I hope he has a newfound knowledge. You know? Nothing will wake you up quicker than Concord. Concord Holst. Herman Concord Holst. We have Dragon Blood Eye. He says, look what Opera GX on Twitter posted their predictions about a state of play. I did see that. Yeah, they're being absolutely savage towards Sony. Opera GX, the official Twitter account, they posted like that fake state of play leak sheet, and they put like a bunch of remakes and remasters and movies, and then at the bottom it said Concord 2. This is what I mean. You know? This is what I mean about how, in all seriousness here, like, I hope Sony knows, like, they're this is the type of reputation you have right now. It's a joke. I say that as somebody who doesn't agree with a lot of the things that people say, but that's what it is. And I'm not saying that they should just do everything out of reaction, but they should be aware. They should be aware that, like, it wasn't always like this. Like, people were in your corner. People were rooting for you. You know? It wasn't always like that. We can get back to it. It can happen. We can do it. Come on, Sony. Come on, Herman. Let's get it. We have Wabu Dabu says, 10 times super chatting as well. Thank you, buddy. Says, is PlayStation adopting a Nintendo-like strategy with all these remasters between new releases? I don't mind, especially for older games like Freedom Wars. A Heavenly Sword remaster would be great. I think so, yeah. I think that Sony is basically just trying to create some revenue streams in between these releases because these bigger releases are taking so long. And I'm kind of in the same boat as you. I don't mind as long as we know about the new games, as long as we can see the new games on the horizon. I think the remasters are much easier to, be like, oh, okay, whatever, that's fine. But yeah, I saw that Freedom Wars remaster. That's quite surprising. I might check that game out. I've never played Freedom Wars, and I saw some gameplay, and I'm like, oh, this is kind of reminds me of Monster Hunter a little bit. So maybe it's a sign that Sony will start kind of diving into their back catalog of games that maybe people would not necessarily expect them at this point in time to remaster, but maybe they'll do it. And I think that could help. So Wabu Dabu, I think that is basically what they're doing now. We have Snap Blast Play. He says, PS5 morale is a bit flat, so I expect a banger showcase today. Also, if there are less than 3 remakes / remaster announcements, then I will buy a PS5. Oh, damn. If there's less than 3, I'm pretty sure there's going to be 4. Sorry, Snap Blast Play. There's going to be 4. I would love for today's show to be a banger. Come on, Sony, make it a banger. Kane Z7 says, I also don't understand why the hate, why people are so obsessed with where people drop their money. I know the Pro isn't a huge difference, but I'm going to buy it. This is my hobby, my ecosystem. It's for me. It will be money well spent. Yeah, I think it's because a lot of people fear that if the PS5 Pro does well, it's sending Sony the wrong message. But I think people who feel that way are a bit misguided in that, like, Sony already expects the PS5 Pro to do decent enough, but it's not going to do amazing. Like, the PS5 Pro is not going to be a huge success because it's a premium mid-gen console. It's exactly for people like you, Kane, right? Like, where you're saying, hey, I'm excited for it. I spend all my time in this ecosystem. I love playing on console. This is for me. And to me, I feel like it'll be money well spent and I'm going to enjoy it. Yeah, that might be unpopular opinion, but but um but yeah, basically I think that a lot of the anger just comes from people feeling like very uncomfortable with the idea of a console being $700. For now, it's optional, you know? Uh, sorry, my phone's blowing up. Why is my phone blowing up? Cypherpunk says, nah, Herman Holst is out of his depth. Seems like a clown. Damn. Well, I'll tell you what, man. If Herman can't hang, he ain't going to last long. You know? I mean, you're talking about somebody who he is now in charge of all things on the creative side of PlayStation. It's a big deal. He got promoted to CEO of PlayStation Studios. We'll see what happens, man. I mean, like I said, I don't want to say that he hasn't done anything good. He has, but it's just a blunder like Concord is so devastating, you know? We'll see. We got time. Today'll be I'm curious to see what happens today, man. This is why we got about 30 minutes left till it starts. I'm curious to see what happens because because Herman is in charge of PlayStation Studios, I don't know that I don't know if he constructs the state of plays himself. I imagine it's not that simple. Like, there's probably other people doing stuff as well, certainly. But he is at the top, you know? So we'll see if he brings something good to the table today. We have Kane Z7 once again. He says, I know it's expensive. I live in Brazil. Here, it'll be like 10 times more expensive. But I'm good about games. Lots of RPGs to play. I don't play first party only. Yeah, I don't play first party only either. I mean, I care very much about PlayStation first party, and that's like kind of what I'm most interested in finding out if it shows up today. But yeah, man, it's like I've said. If you're somebody who is excited for the PS5 Pro, I don't think you should necessarily let the discourse on the internet deter you. I mean, obviously, think for yourself and keep an open mind at the same time. But if you're excited for it, man, just enjoy it. You know, who cares? You know, it just seems. I think this is how it always goes, where it's like when people see that other people are excited for a product that they might be against. I don't know. They turn it into like a bigger thing than it has to be, where it's like, no, it's okay. If you want to buy the pro, buy the pro. If you don't. Everything's going to be just fine. We have. Oh, hold on. Lost track there for a second. Luna once again says, will Herman Hulst's favorite game make an appearance? I think so. Yeah, I do think we're going to see Horizon Zero Dawn remastered. I mean, it basically leaked out. The ESRB rated it. So my guess is that Horizon Zero Dawn remastered is going to be announced, and it's going to be releasing, I think, maybe in January or February of next year. So really soon. You meant Concord. If you're talking about Concord, I'm going to say no. If Concord shows up, I'm going to lose my mind. Like I might actually flip my desk over at that point. All right, you did mean Concord. Will Herman Hulst's favorite game show up? It better not, dude. I'll tell you, it better not. We don't need that right now. Omen86 says, I'd go as far to say that Herman's poor decisions damaged Jim Ryan's legacy. Oh, god damn. Omen coming in, taking the shots at Herman, bro. Jim deserves credit for PlayStation's success in a crazy time. Concord is Herman's L. Omen, I'm starting to think you're secretly Jim Ryan, bro. Omen, I thought of you today when I saw the I don't know if you're aware of this, but the Legacy of Kain remaster is real. And it's seemingly going to get announced at the State of Play tonight. It's like one of the things that leaked out, and I was like, oh man, Omen's going to be hyped for that. But yeah, I get what you're saying, man. I thought about that. Like, I almost wonder if Jim Ryan maybe felt like, you know what? I had this vision with these multiplayer games and this live service push, and I relied on the people below me that I appointed to make this happen. All right. And they failed me. So it's just like, you know what? I'm out, guys. Herman, you got this, bro. Hold on one sec, guys. Leia wanted to come in, so. Jim Ryan left Herman Hulst to fall on his own Concord sword. Yeah, I'm just sitting here thinking, like, dude, Herman Hulst comes in, he's like, Jim, wait till you see what we got, bro. Check it out. And like Herman's just so excited about it. He's like, this is it. This is our Star Wars moment, you know? And Jim's just like, oh no. You know, he's just like, you know, yeah, you go ahead, Herman. And then like like immediately after he's like starts submitting his email to Sony Sony CEO, like, I'm gonna retire, guys. I'm very tired. I just need to go. Okay says PlayStation morale is high. They won. Why change? They're king. I see what you're doing, okay? I see what you're doing. Well, even if Sony was on top of the hill, I'm not saying they are, but if they were the king of the hill and they were alone, I don't know, man. They got to be held to a high standard, you know, competition or not. They got to be held to a high standard. State of snooze. No way. No way. State of Snooze is here saying, speaking of savages, State of Play YouTube's chat is brutal. Let me go check this out for a second. Show chat. Let's see. Viewers are discussing several game titles, including sequels, remakes. Oh, man. I can't even keep up. It's all over the place, bro. I just read Skibbity Toilet the game. All right, I'm out. That's about as much as I can take of that chat. Yeah, you're not kidding, man. It's quite a mess over there. State of dismay. Waylark says Herman Holst is responsible for global warming. Damn you, Herman. What else is this man responsible for? Okay, Boss and Leia are like brutally fighting right over there. Chill out, guys. Kitbird, you're saying officially decided I will get the Pro for the Horizon remaster. I just need a Gravity Rush remaster, my favorite game of all time, Xbox. Well, man, Gravity Rush remaster is something that's been, I don't know, it's been kind of like talked about and rumored for a while. I don't know that I'm expecting it, but man, that would be, how funny would it be if like literally the only games that show up today are remasters? And it could actually be called like State of Remaster. But I'm glad you decided, Kipford. I think that's fair. You said you put like 1,200 hours into Horizon Forbidden West, so yeah, I think you'll get your money's worth. Hendrik says, thanks to Herman, we are now getting a new stealth game by Kojima. Got to give props to that. Yeah, I agree. That's why I'm saying like I don't want to just jump on the, I want to say it's like jumping on a bandwagon, but I don't want to make it sound like every decision has been a bad one or a poor one, because that's just not fair. It just so happens that one of these decisions was incredibly bad. But yeah, you're right. He is responsible for that. He negotiated with Kojima, convinced him to go back to his roots, and got another partnership. And honestly, man, like, yeah, there's a chance that wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for Herman. And so for stuff like that, I am grateful for, because I'm super excited. It's just the difference between that is like Kojima's next game after Death Stranding 2 is so far away. It's like it may as well not even be a real thing, to whereas Concord just happened. So it's like kind of at the, it's at the forefront of our minds right now. We have, let's see. Surge343 says, I messed up the super chat from the other day, but I'll guess your order is God of War, Spider-Man, The Last of Us, Horizon, then Uncharted. Well, if I'm just going with those games, Surge, I'm going to say swap Spider-Man with The Last of Us. So it'd be God of War, The Last of Us, then Spider-Man. So God of War, Last of Us, Spider-Man. And I don't know. I don't know if I guess it would be Uncharted, Horizon. Maybe Horizon, Uncharted. But pretty close. Just give us Little Devil Inside. Yeah, dude, people have been asking about the Little Devil Inside. And I don't know what's going on there, dude. I think that's vaporware. Mr. Metalface says, I feel like PlayStation needs a win right now. What are your thoughts on the PS5 Pro not having a disc drive and forcing us into a more digital age, even though it's inevitable? I think it sucks. I mean, I think people are... I think some people are overreacting just because they're making it sound like Sony's not letting you play physical games on the Pro. And that's not true. Like, I don't want people to be confused. Oh, shit. Am I still live right now? That was really weird. My whole screen just crashed. Guys, are we good? All right, we're good. That was weird. Hope that doesn't happen again. No, I'm not live. Okay. Yeah, I guess, I mean, that's happened before, and I asked that question, am I still live? And like there was just no response. So I'm like, oh, okay. I guess not. But yeah, Mr. Metalface, you crashed it, bro. I think it sucks that there's no disk drive coming with it. And it feels like it's one of those things where it should have been included. I agree. Like I understand the consternation there where people are like, damn, no disk drive and stand, what the hell? Yeah, it's a bit much. I feel like those are things that Sony should include with a $700 console. But you know, the only thing I care about going forward, because I understand that we are marching towards a digital future, a digital dominant future. You could argue that digital is already dominant, and I understand that, and I accept that because, well, you know, it's just where we're headed. The only thing that matters to me is there has to be the option. As long as the option is there, I'm not going to be upset. So Sony, if you want to sell a console with no, you know, it's a digital console, but you can attach a disk drive. Okay, fine. That because the other alternative is here's a console you can attach a disk drive. We're just going all digital. You know, and I do feel like it's a move that kind of, yeah, I get what you're saying, kind of pushes more in that direction, a little bit more aggressively, but the data's out there. You know, the data shows that the overwhelming majority of people are buying their stuff digitally, and that doesn't get me excited, right? And I'm still going to support physical media, but I just hope that Sony's smart enough to realize like you can't go full digital next generation. You got to have the disk drive option. As long as they offer that, okay. Cypherpunk is saying Ubisoft pussied out of taking Assassin's Creed to Japan. I saw that, bro. That shit's funny. That shit is funny, dude. I'm not going to lie. Some people are thinking it might end up getting delayed, though. But yeah, it's the timing of it. Very peculiar. Sam the Apollo Wolf says, hey, dude, do you think Sony will ever port Uncharted, the Nathan Drake collection, to PC like they did with 4 and the spinoff? They could, yeah. I do think it's strange that Uncharted 4 and Lost Legacy are on PC, but the first 3 aren't. I just think maybe they're a little bit nervous that the trilogy won't sell as well for whatever reason. But you would think that that's something they would bring to PC. And Omen86 says, my man Jim Ryan pushed for a full Astrobot game. He sure did. He sure did, man. And I'm grateful for that. Thank you, Jim. You made it happen.
Enough from me. We're going to have the games do our talking.
Jim still lives. All right, guys. We are just about 15 minutes away from the State of Play going live. So what I'm going to ask is, again, just hit that like button. We have over 1,100 people here watching, which is awesome. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. Hitting that like button will help with YouTube's algorithm, get more people into the stream. I should probably just remove this from the title now, though, since, you know, it's about to start. But yeah, hit that like button, guys. If everybody contributed, we could get easily over 1,000 likes. Saying the video on the overlay isn't counting down. Oh, you know what? It may have froze. Let me, is it showing now? It should be. It might freeze just while I'm not looking at it. and I'm looking at the chat right now. I also want to tell you guys we're sitting at 9 members. We're still a little ways away from hitting the goal of 25, but I want to encourage anybody before the State of Play actually starts, drop some membership gifts if that's something you want to do. See if we can push for that 25 goal. We can feed Boss before the stream starts, lest he wreck the stream. We have Waylark saying, in the future, the physical copies will only be made for collectors with limited prints. Prices will skyrocket on the secondhand market. I could see that happening in the future. I think we're like still a ways away from that, though. Like, I'm going to say probably at least like 6-7 years away. I think there's still enough people hanging on to buying physical media, you know? And Omen86 says Jim wanted to sell more DualSense controllers. I mean, I don't know, man. I feel like Jim just like he just left so abruptly. He really did. And he got like a lot of hate for the time he was director, or not director, but CEO of PlayStation. And I just hope like there's some kind of retrospect one day where we get more info on like what he really was and wasn't responsible for. I don't know though. Like he was responsible for the live service push, and that seemingly may have been what hurt Sony the most here. But even though Jim may not have been necessarily responsible for picking the games, he still was at the top. And so, he may have had to be the one to, fall on that sword, like we said. But he definitely signed an NDA. Yeah, I don't think if we hear about it, it'll be probably years from now. You're saying he didn't leave abruptly, though. He stayed a while after announced it. That's true. I guess it just felt like he was, like we just really didn't hear from him or anything. But yeah, you're right. He was there for a little while. I guess we'll find out one day. Domingo813 saying Knack 3? We can only hope. We can only hope. All right, let me get this set up. I'm going to disappear for a second here. Sorry for the awkward silence. I'm gonna make it this small. Make it this small. What's up, guys? I'm gonna react to today's State of Play. It's gonna be moving around on screen. Well, that's so funny. Look at how small it is, dude. That looks about right. Oh, when you're saying PS5 Pro pre-orders going live soon, 26th. We're almost there. All right. Permahat pre-order when? Omen wants the permahat. PlayStation tweets, state of play in 10 minutes. Join us live. Hit refresh. We're good. We're all good. We're up to date. Broccoli Rob says, can I borrow $1? Also Bloodborne. Oh my god. They're giving me acid indigestion here. Oh, okay. Opening with Astro. Astro DLC? Bro, no way. Gladly take more Astro. Dude, the Helldiver bot is awesome. Stellar Blade. Great Shin, thank you for that donation, by the way. Coming fall 2024, free add-on.
Hi everyone, I'm Nicholas Ducey, the studio head at Team Asobi. We couldn't be happier with the reception to Astrobot and to see how much joy Astro is bringing to homes all around the world. On behalf of Team Asobi, thank you so much. Now, we still have a few surprises up our sleeves. Today's trailer was a sneak peek at a DLC we'll release later this year at no additional cost. We'll have more to share soon. But for now, let's enjoy the state of play.
All right, that was a good opening. I like that. Showing Astro some love.
Listen to me, Burnt One. If you're intending to walk the midnight walk, you better be sure to keep your spark safe and burning.
While I was in the black, I had a dream. There was a monster in the woods. And on you go, like a moth into the burning light.
Charming little wanderer, where are you off to now?
And so it was that the Burnt One and a small flame took a wander down the midnight walk.
That looks kind of interesting. And there's for both PS5 and PSVR 2. Like handcrafted with clay.
Remember when it happened, but I remember how I felt. Father told us to hide when they came to our house. Then they took him away. Mother said I couldn't play outside anymore. Everyone had fled. She said the country was sick.
Holy shit.
But we would be okay. Mother always said monsters didn't exist. I thought they lived under my bed. We were both wrong. They live inside our heads.
This actually looks pretty interesting. Oh, this is that game Hell. This was announced a while ago. Is it? Wait, I thought that was the name of the game. Maybe I'm wrong. I kind of like what I'm seeing, though. It does look pretty good. Shit. I'm digging it. Hell is Us. Okay. Yeah. I feel like this game was announced a while ago. That looks good. What are you guys thinking? I like that.
My story is a tale of rules
Metro.
rewritten by nuclear
Waylark, you're saying the
fire.
Clay Midnight game is just like South of Midnight on Xbox, running at 3 FPS LOL. What's with these stop motion games? It hurts your eyes.
Something happened.
She's in no state to be wandering out in the metro alone. I need to go after her.
Their bodies arranged in some sort of ritual.
Please, just let Yana be all right. What is that? I keep hearing other voices on the radio.
You said there were people there.
Did you not hear any of that?
Yana, is that you? I'm seeing things. Hearing things. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Sometimes we need to become the thing we fear. To prevent something worse.
Damn. That does look good. November 7th. Oh, it's the same day as the Pro launch.
So, how did it feel to learn the truth about the night sky tragedy? Long ago, you humans slaughtered each other until the whole world lay in ruins. And yet, you have been granted another chance in Auroria. It must be the will of your beloved Mother Goddess. However, I still have no trust in your kind.
This looks pretty interesting. Combat looks pretty good. Souls clone.
Prove yourself. If you survive this trial.
Yeah, but it still looks pretty good, though. I kind of... Oh. Not bad.
Perhaps you might become one of us.
Coming 2025. There's Power World. Nintendo, where you at? Nintendo's about to take this shit down. Nintendo watching the state of play right now like, ain't no way. Well, there it is. Out today, Shadow Drop, Pal World Shadow Drop, baby. Let's
Thanks
go.
to Pocket Pair for that new look at Pal World, an incredible open world survival game that's launched.
Your dreams, magical thoughts.
Yo,
all things are real
who's playing Pal World today?
They're not. In your dreams, love is the plot. Carried on wings of hope.
Lunar Remastered Collection brings together Lunar,
I never
the
heard
Silver
of this
Star
game.
Story Complete, and Lunar 2, Eternal Blue Complete, with updated visuals, widescreen mode, and more.
Instantly we see it, the time to grow and be it, when everything is pinned on a hook.
Damn, a lot
Lunar
of people seem to be
Remastered
hyped for
Collection
this.
comes to PS5 and PS4 in spring
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie,
2025.
I've never heard of this game.
2 updates on Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge. First, the Radical Reptiles DLC, which adds Mondo Gecko and Mona Lisa as playable characters. And for no extra cost, a remixed in-game soundtrack featuring some amazing guest composers. Both of these updates arrive later today.
Keanu.
I've taken on another form?
And yes, you heard right. Keanu Reeves is joining Sonic
Man.
X Shadow Generations as part of the upcoming Sonic the Hedgehog 3 movie pack. This update is inspired by scenes from the Sonic the Hedgehog 3 movie and arrives December 12th.
They're
The
gonna
Sonic
get-
the Hedgehog 3 movie pack is included in the Digital Deluxe Edition, which lets you play the game 3 days ahead of its October 25th release date.
Dude, they're gonna get Keanu Reeves in all these gaming roles except for the John Wick game.
Hello, State of Play. I am Sakaguchi, producer of Fantasy and Neo Dimension. 手作りのジオラマを使ったファンタジアンネオディメンジョン150も作りました。そしてランダムエンカウントを貯めていっぺんに戦ったり、スキルの起動を操作したりと短式バトルにも新要素を盛り込んでいます。音楽はファイナルファンタジーシリーズで共に歩んできた上松さんです。プレイステーション5にて2024年12月5日発売、どうか皆さんにプレイしていただけたらと、願っています。
We're just over a month away from the release of Dragon Age The Veilguard. Let's check in with BioWare and Electronic Arts for an extended look at a climactic battle.
We've gotten word from the Wardens.
Have they found Gillenane?
Not yet, but they found something else worth killing. One of her blighted dragons.
Cypherpunk says so far it's Game Pass level Dookie.
Rook, you made it. Good.
Wouldn't miss it. We have unfinished business with that dragon.
We've tracked it to a ruined tower nearby.
Luke says
That lair
this
is a
chat is
death trap.
unhinged.
We need to lure her out to have any chance. So we challenge her, draw the dragon out into the open, then attack. Just you and me now.
Everyone, get ready!
Wardens! Ready ballistas! Wait for it.
Come on. Come on.
Hit the wings! Force her to land! Second detachment! Flank on the walls! Let's go! Second dragon!
Press the attack! Bring that first one down!
Vaughn!
Gillenane.
Consume their flesh! Shatter their bones! Your battle is already lost!
This isn't the Bureau's first time in Bright Falls.
Oh.
The FBC's research department set up a facility.
Oh, the leak was real.
The lake house.
The fucking leak was real. Oh my god.
Any clue what was waiting for us in there?
Oh no. MBG is snapping. MBG is breaking. MBG is about to melt down. Sorry. Nothing against Alan Wake 2. Nothing against Alan Wake 2, but oh my god, the fucking leak was real. I like Alan Wake 2, to be clear. I like Alan Wake 2. Oh man.
Give up the firearm!
Bro, is this Hitman VR? Alright, that's actually pretty sick. I'm not gonna lie. Sorry if I'm not reading the super chats. I'll read them when the show's over. I see them. I see them. Hitman World of Assassination coming this December. Okay. It's fine. Gotta get some PSVR 2 love in there.
Few know the truth. I stood with Cain and my brethren.
Here we go.
Until
the
I had
remasters. The Legacy of Cain remasters. They leaked out today.
For my transgression, I earned a new kind of reward. Agony.
The fate of this world was preordained.
Omen's hype. I see Omen in the chat screaming yes.
What madness is this?
Am I so changed?
I was not prepared for what lay beyond this threshold.
The future has always been written.
Don't fight it, Raziel.
Available December 10th. So it's Soul Reaver.
Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver 1 and 2 Remastered arrives December 10th, celebrating the 25th anniversary of the first game's release.
You
sure we can't just do the same?
Games from the original PlayStation era also inspired Fear the Spotlight from Blumhouse Games. It brings atmospheric polygonal scares to PS5 and PS4 on October 22nd.
Just go home, Viv. I'm happy
Kind
here.
of cool, I guess.
So happy.
At last, we've returned to our ancestral land, Agaspa.
Build villages and nurture vast ecosystems in Towers of Agasba. This colorful world includes unique creatures, a peculiar cast of characters, and also allows you to invite
Cyberpunk,
other
you're saying they
players to visit
remastered
your
Legacy
island.
of Kain from a PS1 game to a PS2 game.
Towers of Agasba launches into early access this November.
Oh man.
Guardian of Peace. You have crossed paths with men who may one day bring about order.
Herman? Herman?
Until then, you must adapt to the chaos. And
Omen
find
says
a
don't
way
shit
to
on Legacy of
survive.
Kain.
So
Blasphemy.
choose your path wisely. Go forth.
No, I'm not
and
gonna
learn
hate
what
on
it
Legacy
means
of
to
Kain,
be a
bro.
hero.
I know a lot of people love that game. I know a lot of people are hyped for those remasters, but
You
Aspire
claim
did
to
the
strive
remasters,
for
apparently.
justice, but have no way to achieve it.
Cyberpunk says
Tearing
Sony has
down the
shares in Epic,
system
of
without
course, Fortnite
providing
is
an
shown.
alternative is
But you know what,
mere
Sony?
wanton
Fuck you.
destruction.
And fuck your shares. Like, I cannot believe I just saw Fortnite in this state of play, man. Like, I can't do this anymore, man. I'm gonna have to go play Power World. Sony brought me Power World, man.
Die has been cast.
Shadow drop.
All that remains is to see this through.
I like the music though. Dynasty Warriors coming with the symphonic metal.
I was still hoping that I imagined the whole thing. It's burned into my mind.
So, Captain, what's your team been getting up to?
The Guild gave special assignments to some of the other units from the expedition, mine included.
This forest is amazing.
My fur isn't built for this kind of weather. That's causing the water currents to surge too.
This is its territory, and we're intruders.
Yeah, my villain arc is about to start for PlayStation, bro. For real. Like, this state of play is going to be over in like 4 or 5 minutes, and my villain arc is going to start. This is it. This is the beginning. It's nothing against Monster Hunter Wilds, man. My problem is not with Monster Hunter. I can't fucking believe this shit, man.
Ours. You respect.
Monster Hunter actually looks good, you know? But
Why don't they just put the meat down? Leave this to me! Heels inbound!
isn't it crazy to think that Monster Hunter is Capcom's biggest franchise? MG's gonna get clipped so hard.
The white rain.
I can't blame him at this point, bro.
It's real.
How can I blame him? Look at this. Look at this. I like died in my chair, man.
The White Wraith.
Down there. Someone's
in trouble!
It seems we must do a more thorough investigation.
What is that thing? An extinct species?
You're a hunter. You've got a weapon, and you do nothing?
I gotta admit though, Monster Hunter does look
Give
pretty
it to
sick.
me! And I'll...
It's not like a game that's necessarily like that much on my radar, but I did play the last mainline Monster Hunter, I think. It was really good. Your release date? February 28th. Oh, all right. Well, there we go. Okay, Sony. I can't. It's time for you to show me The Last of Us Part 1. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm ready. I've accepted it. I understand. This is how it's got to be. Lot of bonuses here.
皆さんこんにちは。モンスターハンターワイルズプロデューサーのつごとです。本作の発売日が2025年2月28日世界同日発売に決定いたしました。本日より順次予約を開始しますので、ぜひご予約いただければと思います。プレイステーションストアでご予約いただいた方限定の特典として、プレイステーション5でご覧いただけるデジタルミニアートブックをご用意します。9月26日の23時からは TGS2024 カプコンオンラインプログラムを放送いたします。それでは引き続きモンスターハンターワイルズの情報にご注目ください。またお会いしましょう。
I know, I'm upset too, but relax. I'm destroying my setup. Alright, Last of Us Part 1.
Whoa, look at those choppers.
Even better,
Okay,
like a
trail spots
Horizon.
aren't cheap, so let's get started.
Woo!
A hunter with a mysterious past.
Yes!
And her,
This is the
very
closer I was
heroic
waiting
friend
for.
Are all that stands in the way of an unspeakable evil. Join them as they explore, hunt, collect wacky outfits, and decorate their village.
Nailed it. This is awesome. But wait, there's more. With the digital deluxe edition, you get this exciting blue roller thing. And snazzy costumes, like the Shadow Stalwart outfit. And this, I don't know what that is. That or that. Or why they're climbing in that cannon. But look how much fun they're having. Come and join the party in Mother's Heart. Phew, got it all in.
No, you didn't.
Oh, I forgot to...
Some new DualSense colors. That's cool. And some plates, I guess. Alright, that's pretty cool. Are you going to be available for the promo collection October 3rd?
Hi everyone, I'm Mark Cerny.
Oh shit.
We recently revealed the newest
Wild
addition
Mark
to the
Cerny
PlayStation
appears.
5
Okay,
family,
you have my
PS5
attention.
Pro, alongside several games showcasing the superior frame rates and improved graphics that the new console makes possible. With PS5 Pro, developers have access to 3 key improvements: an upgraded GPU, advanced ray tracing, and AI-driven upscaling that
Dude, whatever
combine to
music they
bring
got playing is
developers
giving me
closer
fucking
to
anxiety.
realizing their unique vision. We're excited for players to get their hands on PlayStation 5 Pro when it launches this November. But in the meantime, here's a look at some of the games that are being enhanced for the new console, including a few titles that we're revealing for the very first time today.
Okay. All right. But I'll take it. I'll take it. You can't deny my excitement for MGS3. Oh, okay. Hold on. Hold on. Oh. Oh. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
We are beyond the edge of Japan.
Oh, dude. No way!
People come north to disappear.
No fucking... Dude. Is it? Is it?
But you are hunting. And now, every Ronin here is after you.
Oh shit, dude.
Still think you're the hunter?
That's not Jin. That's not Jin. Dude, this is Ghost too. That's not Jin. Yuna? Oh man. Oh my god. Holy shit, dude. They fucking did it. Oh shit, it's coming next year, bro. Hell yeah. Woo! There we go. Where's my man Jin though? I gotta know what happened to Jin, man. All right. Crisis averted. Crisis averted. Dude, it was about to go down, man. That shit was about to go down. Meltdown City is where we were headed. Dude, I fucking knew that's what they were going to do. I knew when they announced it, it's going to be like, yeah, it's coming out next year. That's why we didn't hear about it. Oh, come on, bro. We're starting already? We can't even enjoy an announcement. Ghost of Woke, female protagonist. Bro, can you give us just a minute? Can we get a minute? I mean, look, I'm curious, bro. Like, I do want to know what happened to Jin, man. But I speculated this. I was like, dude, they're either gonna like do a continuation with Jin, but it seemed like, where's he go from there? And if it wasn't a continuation for Jin, they were just gonna do Ghost of something. And that's exactly what they did. What is it, Ghost of Yotei? Is that what it said? And I think it's like, if I'm not mistaken, it looks like it takes place kind of a bit in the future. Not like the future, but it takes place sometime after Ghost of Tsushima, if I'm not mistaken. So I kind of had this idea, like this thought that maybe what they were going to do is it's going to be like Jin becoming the ghost kind of like inspires future generations, to kind of walk that same path. Oh, hell yeah, bro. Dude, I don't know what I'm more hyped about. I don't know if I'm more hyped about the announcement or the fact that it's coming next year. That shit looked amazing. Thank God, dude. I was going to lose my shit. I'm like, Sony, there's no way you're closing with Horizon Zero Dawn Remastered. They did it. They did it. They did the one thing I asked them to do, man. I got to give them the credit. I said, Sony, you got to show up. You got to bring one banger. One fucking banger. And man, they brought it. They fucking brought it. I was really, I don't know. Look, check this out. I put this tweet out, bro. I put this tweet out. And I just threw it out there. Am I an insider? You tell me. Is MBG an insider now? I said 3 hours ago, Ghost of Tsushima 2 would be an instant W if it closed today's state of play. Let's go. Jin's student or daughter? Is it Jin's daughter? I don't think so. I think it's a completely separate thing. Oh my God, lad. I think it's a completely separate story. Let me go check the PS blog if they have let me go check. Maybe they'll shed some light. Because it says it was set in like 1600 or something like that. And I'm pretty sure Ghost of Tsushima was set in like the 1400s, right? And to anybody who dropped the super chat, I'm going to get to your super chat. I'm not going to, if you did drop a super chat, I will read it. But I just got to process this. It's a sequel. Yeah, 1603. Mrs. MBG says, I think the whole neighborhood can hear you yelling, LOL. I'm sorry. My mic monitoring wasn't really on, so I didn't realize how loud I was. Did I destroy anybody's eardrums? I'm sorry. Oh, hold on. Hold on now. You're saying it might be a standalone, like Miles Morales. Oh, hold on. Okay, I got to figure. I need more info here. I'm assuming that's the sequel. It's the next game by Sucker Punch. 2025 release. I'm waiting for some more info to be released about it. Oh my God, it looks so good. No, I'm pretty sure that's the sequel, dude. I don't think this is like I don't think this is a Miles Morales thing. Yeah, Jin would be dead, actually. That's how, like, it's because it's that far after. I think it's a full-blown sequel because it was in development for like 5 years. But like if it comes out next year, that's So this is interesting, guys. What this seems to indicate is that with the Ghost the Ghost franchise, I guess if we'll call it that now, it seems to indicate that they're going to go from different time periods, focusing on different protagonists. You think it could be a descendant of Jin? That would be really interesting. A family member, a granddaughter, maybe. That would be pretty sick. Yeah, it's like the granddaughter of Jin and Yuna. I'm waiting for them to post something on the PS blog. I mean, look. That's what I wanted, man. I mean, you're saying all the dumb people who said Ghost doesn't look good. It's a reminder that the bitrate on YouTube is shit. The bitrate on YouTube is shit, dude. I'm seeing the screenshots that people are capturing from YouTube. It's not good. God damn, dude. I didn't think they were going to do it. I got to be honest. I didn't think they were going to do it. Still waiting for. They haven't posted on the blog yet. They're having trouble keeping up. The Horizon remaster. I will say, the Horizon remaster. I really got upset because I thought, oh my god, they actually ended it with that. And I was about to fucking snap, dude. You would have this whole thing would have went really differently if they didn't drop Ghost, because I was about to snap, being like, Sony, there ain't no way you're ending this shit with a remaster, bro. But I will say, something that did surprise me about that Horizon remaster is the fact it's coming out, I think, at the end of next month. It's a $10 upgrade. But man, Ghost of Yotei. I can't believe I saw somebody call it woke already. I can't believe that shit, man. I'm going to read these super chats kind of backwards, but Disco Cobra says, why are we going straight to woke? No females can be in the ghost world. I mean, this is getting ridiculous. This could be just as good, but with a female. Not everything with female is woke. I agree. That's what I'm saying, man. I think people got to chill. They got to fucking chill. Like, this is where people need to stop. It's like, look, if you see a certain development team going in the taking things to the extreme, and you need to make it known that you think they're taking things too far, you do that. But that's not what this is. It's just a female protagonist starring in the sequel of a game. That to me is, I don't know. Saying they sideline Jin, I don't know. I don't think we can say that. I will say this. I was under the impression that, like, well, because when people were speculating, like, what would they do with the sequel? When people were speculating, what direction would they go in? People thought that maybe it was going to just be a direct follow-up where you follow Jin, but he's in, like, a different location. But I got to be honest, I actually like what they're doing here better. The reason for that is because they can now take this in many different directions. Because I did kind of worry. I'm like, the story of Ghost of Tsushima with Jin was pretty self-contained. And it's not to say that they couldn't expand it outwards. They could, but it could have the potential to be a bit confined. And I was wondering, like, are they just going to be like, no, dude, we're going to go somewhere else with a different character? So I think what we're basically going to see in the Ghost of Tsushima universe going forward is different time periods. I would assume it will remain set in Japan, but throughout different time periods with different characters that kind of take up the mantle. And I wonder if that's basically what this is this character maybe could be a descendant of Jin, or if they're not a descendant of Jin, taking up the mantle of the ghost, and then who knows what could happen beyond that. I'm stoked for it, though, man. I'm looking at the character's face. Dude, okay. I don't know. I'm gonna bring up this picture if it lets me. Hopefully I can save it. And I want you guys to tell me, does this look like it could be a descendant of Jin Sakai and maybe Yuna? Let me see if it'll let me bring the picture. I hope it lets me bring the picture up. Of course it's not going to. Okay, so I guess I'd have to do it through Twitter. Hold on. Let me see if it'll let me do it on Twitter. Let me see if it'll let me bring it up. Hold on. God damn it. I don't know why it's giving me so many. I just wanted to show you the picture of the character. Because I'm looking at the picture. It looks like it could be. I see some similarities to Jin. All right. Well, this is giving me a bunch of problems for some reason. Let me just see if I can. Did they post it on the PlayStation blog yet? They still didn't post it on the PlayStation blog. Wait, yeah, they did. Okay. Ghost of Yotei is coming, and hopefully I'm saying that correctly, in 2025. Sucker Punch's latest adventure introduces a new ghost. Today, we are happy to announce Ghost of Yotei, the latest game from Sucker Punch, and the introduction of our new hero, Atsu. I guess that's how you say that. When we set out to make a new Ghost game, we wanted to maintain the core pillars established in Ghost of Tsushima, playing as a wandering warrior in feudal Japan, offering freedom to explore at your own pace and highlighting the beauty of the world. We also wanted to continue to innovate to create something fresh but familiar. We looked beyond Jin Sakai's story and the island of Tsushima and shifted our focus to the idea of the ghost instead. At Sucker Punch, we love origin stories, and we wanted to explore what it could mean to have a new hero wearing a ghost mask and uncovering a new legend. This led us to Ghost of Yotei, a new protagonist, a new story to unfold, and a new region of Japan to explore. While we aren't diving into story specifics yet today, we can reveal that Atsu's journey takes place in 1603, more than 300 years. Jesus, I didn't realize it was that much of a time gap. Yeah, Jin's definitely dead, bro. 300 years after the events of Ghost of Tsushima. That kind of makes me a little sad, though, you know? Our story is set in the lands surrounding Mount Yotei, a towering peak in the heart of Izo, an area of Japan known as Hokkaido in present day. I don't know if I'm saying this stuff right. It says in 1603, this area was outside the rule of Japan and filled with sprawling grasslands, snowy tundras, and unexpected dangers. It's a far cry from the organized samurai clans who lived in Tsushima, and it's the setting for an original story we can't wait to tell. This is also Sucker Punch's first game built from the ground up for PlayStation 5, and we're excited to build on the visual foundation we established in Ghost of Tsushima by making the world feel even more real. We have massive sight lines that let you look far across the environment, whole new skies featuring twinkling stars and auroras, even more believable movement from wind to grass and vegetation, and more improvements we'll share in the future. Our new setting also gives us the opportunity to introduce new mechanics, gameplay improvements, and even new weapons. Our trailer today offers a glimpse into this world, but there's so much more to show, and we'll have much more to share in the months ahead, including details about Atsu's journey and the people and animals she'll meet along the way. We are forever grateful for the success of Ghost of Tsushima, and we can't wait for you all to experience Ghost of Yotei in 2025. So there we go, man. Like, it's confirmed that this is a full-blown sequel. This is a full-blown, from the ground up. I didn't realize it was 300 years later, though, dude. Like, that's like way. I thought it was like 100 years, or I guess maybe like 200, but yeah, 300 years, man. All right, let me get to reading some of this. Angry Whale Watcher says Lunar Silver Star Story Remaster is such a W. It also includes Lunar 2. Each of those PS1 games sell around for $200 these days. Great kickoff to TGS. The Zombie Fanatic says, why can't we get another Infamous instead of this DEI crap? Oh my God. Okay. All right. Well, I guess we're just not going to be allowed to be excited for Ghost of Yotei because vagina. Cypherpunk says Ghost Woketai is the Twitter / go-to name. Ghost Woketai, bro. No way. No way. Just immediate. Just Ghost Woketai. I'm not gonna lie. It kind of sets itself up for that. But New Soul 9 says this is a B+. The Might Night Walk. Hell is Us actually looked really good. Arc Age Chronicles really caught my interest. Fire. Also, I'm very surprised Ghost is releasing close to GTA 6. Well, it could always get delayed, right? I think what does this confirm, though? This essentially confirms that what we've heard about PlayStation Studios, where they want to announce their games closer to, they want to announce their games closer to the release date. Actually, you're saying we have plenty of strong female leads. We need more strong male characters. Super lame. You know, I mean, you know what I'm gonna wait for though. You know what I think would take it, like, not to feed into it because it's already probably gonna be toxic as shit. But I'll tell you what, man. If they're like, and she's a lesbian, I'm just gonna be annoyed because it's like, so guys, like that, like, so they all have to be also, like, it's not just about females now. It's like they all have to be lesbians. Like, I'm waiting for that to be the next thing. But I don't know, man. Like, it's not gonna change my excitement for the game. I feel like this is an interesting direction for them to take the Ghost series, because the thing is, man, like, I mean, I know it's insane to think about this now because we literally just got the announcement, but this does mean that, like, after this story is told, they could go in a completely different direction. You know? They could go in a completely different direction with with the Ghost name. And that to me is interesting. You know, I'd be interested to see, like, what else can we do here? But no, man, I'm not just gonna sit here and, like, call it woke and say it's DEI and all this shit, because the reality is, man, like, I've been waiting for this sequel announcement for years, and I would genuinely have to question, like, what I'm doing here in terms of, like, well, it's a female protagonist, so I'm not excited anymore. Like, no, I'm still just as excited, man. Like, if they give me a reason to be unexcited, if they show something that I'm just like, bro, what the fuck is this? Then I would be like, okay, Sucker Punch, come on now. But no, this is, I think if people are gonna immediately say that, I don't know what to tell them at that point, man. Like, I just think, I don't know. Stop defending woke. Oh, man. Yeesh. Well, let me look at this character one more time. Well, hold on, guys. I don't know. People were originally, I mean, hold on. I'm trying to find, I lost the picture. There was this one picture that shows her face. I'm looking at her face. I mean, I don't think you can call her ugly. Ghost of Wokshima, we want to play as Jin, not this. I want Jin back. Sony has really extinguished my excitement for the sequel to the legendary game Ghost of Tsushima. At least she's not black. Oh, holy fuck, dude. Okay. This is where we are. This is where we are. Holy shit. We've reached a point where a sequel to Ghost of Tsushima, we can't even be excited for this now. Holy shit, dude. Okay. Okay. I guess this is where we are. I would say I'm surprised, but like I said, if Sucker Punch gives me a reason, sure. But I don't know, man. I liked everything I just saw. Well, we have let me see here. So I'm doing reading these super chats not in order, because I'm a bit mixed up here. I have to start hearting them though, so I can keep track. I'm really losing track. Mr. Metalface says, I'm fully expecting the discourse pushing a narrative just because it's a woman, that it's woke. It's been happening ever since The Last of Us Part 2. Yeah, like, come on, man. I just, look, I love Jin too, and Jin is one of my favorite characters ever. But I'm more concerned, like, I'm not just going to jump to the conclusion. Like, this is where I'm saying, like, Sucker Punch deserves the fucking benefit of the doubt. This is what bothers me about this shit, where it's like, listen, I get it. If you're mad at something like Concord or some of the stuff Insomniac does or whatever, if you're mad at like other shit that has happened that you deem woke or whatever, that's fine. But can we fucking just give them a chance, man? Like I'm willing to do that because they fucking earned it. Like if they say, look, we want to tell a new story, it's going to be a female protagonist, it's going to be a sequel to Ghost of Tsushima set 300 years in the future. It's like, okay, yeah. If they do some crazy, weird, whack ass shit, that's like, bro, what do you do? Like, I'm not even going to attempt to speculate what they could do, but it's like if they do some weird shit that's just suddenly the vibe is off, okay, then we'll talk. But as like the only thing Sucker Punch has done is make a fucking great game with a great story with a protagonist. Like, yeah, I mean, to me, it is a little bit sad that, man, Jin's dead and buried. You know, he's long gone. But I have a feeling his presence will be felt in this game. And he'll serve as essentially the inspiration. And yeah, I mean, I just think I think if we're at a point, if we've reached a point where people are like, I just don't want female protagonists anymore, or I don't want any of the male protagonists being replaced by female protagonists, like even if it's done, like to me, this is the correct way to do it. You know, this is the correct way to do it, where it's like Jin had his time in his story and it's its own thing. And this is completely in a different time, you know, with a completely different person. You know, it's not like somebody walked in and like, it's not like Jin like snapped his legs and shit and like, I can't do nothing no more, bro. And then this female is like, oh, don't worry, I'll do it for you. You know, like, could you imagine if they did it that way, what people would be saying? To be honest, though, the thing I would be super interested in finding out with the story Ghost of Yotei would be, like, it's clear that Jin is the one who started the ghost, so he will be referenced like in this game. And I wonder if like we're gonna learn what happened to him. That would be pretty. Like, I don't know, maybe you could kind of uncover as you're playing through the story. You're playing the story, and as it's unfolding, you kind of learn what happened to Jin and Yuna and whatnot. That'd be sick. Like, I kind of like the idea of that, man. I just think that people are like, they're jumping the gun, man. Like, God. I think they are anyway. We have Feral Flame. He says the Matsume clan were daimyo of Matsume domain in Matsume Hokkaido. I'm sorry if I'm just decimating every word you typed out here, bro. In 1590 and charged with defending it, and by extension, the whole of Japan from the Ainu barbarians of the north. Damn, Feral Flames out here basically letting us know what's about to go down. Var says, wait, I sent a super chat before Ghost Tsunami in. My bad, LOL. I'm just letting you know, if I didn't read your super chat, I'm going to get to it. It's just they're all over the place right now. This normally doesn't happen. This is my fault because I didn't keep up with them when I was watching the State of Play. Omen86 says the gaming community is really starting to annoy me. So many entitled brats these days, and the comments are getting ridiculous. I've seen many W's. I mean, yeah, man, this is where I just feel like it's. I see the problems that exist in the industry, and I'm not afraid to acknowledge the things that I believe are problems. But I do think that sometimes it gets to a point where people start to act like, well, no, it has to be exactly this way, and if it's not exactly this way, then it's bad. It's just all bad. And I'm just like, well, I don't know, man. Like, fuck. I mean, here's what I want to know about this female protagonist. What's the name here? Her name is Atsu. I think that's how you say it. I want to know, is Atsu going to be an interesting, relatable character that has an interesting story like Jin? That's what I want to know. If so, cool. That's what matters to me. If they make this character garbage, like it's just a shitty, annoying character that's like, man, this is like a really annoying protagonist, then fine. I don't even know that I would chalk that up to wokeism. I would chalk that up to maybe they just wrote a bad character. But that's the whole thing, man. This is why I'm saying, like, Sucker Punch, I'm willing to give them the chance. I don't care what anybody says, like, they absolutely earned it. If they fuck it up, they fuck it up, you know? We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Michael Werner says, good for MBG. Stand strong against the haters. I mean, like, look, man, I here's what I'll say. If a person says, man, I'm kind of sad I don't get to play as my boy Jin. I am too. Like, even as I was watching that trailer, I'm like, bro, where's Jin? Yeah, there was an expectation where it's like, I would expect to see Jin. But, you know, when they make it clear, like, oh, yeah, no, we told his story. Now we're doing a completely different story. It's 300 years in the future. Somebody else taking up the ghost mantle. We have a whole new story to tell. I'm like, oh, okay. Like, I still hope to see Jin or hear about him at some point. Like, I would hope that, like, I would be a little bit concerned if they just pretend Jin never existed. That would be weird. But I don't expect that, you know? But it's just like, if somebody says, yeah, man, I would be cool to play as Jin again. I like my boy Jin. Be like, yeah, me too. But let's see, man. You know? Sucker Punch hasn't failed me yet. Let's see. And if they do, they do. You know, if we play this game when it comes out next year and it turns out like, damn, bro, they really should have just done a follow-up to Jin here, then we'll talk about it. But I do not suspect that that's what's going to happen. And if you're just watching the trailer, it looks so good. Like, it just looks so good, man. We have King Luffy saying, MBG, if the people crying did their research, they would find out that there was indeed female samurais. I bet the cryburbies babies won't cry about GTA 6, LOL. I mean, I didn't even think about that, dude. I didn't even think about that. Like, that's just like not on my mind, man. And I just like, I see this game and I just think, oh my God, I'm going to get to play a follow-up to Ghost of Tsushima, Ghost of Yotei, built from the ground up on the PS5. It looks amazing. An even bigger open world, more shit to do, more weapons, new environments. Like, that's what I'm thinking as a gamer. Like, I literally didn't even think about that. I didn't even think about that. I don't know, man. Anybody who's dropping a direct donation, hang tight. Hang tight. I'm trying my best to keep up. All right. Hold on. I have to sort my shit out here for a second. Secular transhumanist says, seriously, who gives an F? 10 years ago, we had a lesbian female with Ellie. No one cared. As long as she is a well-written character, who would give an F what gender she is? Ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, look, I've talked about this before where, like, I don't want to see anything go into the extreme direction. Like, I don't want every single main character that Sony has for all of their franchises to just be exclusively female or exclusively female lesbians. I'm only saying that because it's like, yeah, I do like playing as male characters as well, because at times it does feel more relatable. You know, I'm not going to deny that a lot of my favorite characters are males, because I'm like, oh yeah, I relate to this character a little bit more, you know? And I'm not going to sit here and pretend that gender doesn't have anything to do with that. It does. But at the same time, I've played many games where the main protagonist is a female. And while I may not feel like I can relate as much on a more human level, it's like, yeah, I can still very much enjoy the story, enjoy the character, you know, and it doesn't have to feel as relatable. That's okay. It's okay to see a different side. My whole thing, and this is the only thing I would be looking out for, and I'm going to be looking out for, is I don't want to see the pendulum swing too far in one direction or the other. You know, like we don't want to see every game. It's just dudes, right? It's just guys. Like every main character is a guy, and there can be no main female characters or strong female characters. I don't want to see that, but I don't want to see it go the other way, where it's like now we're just doing all strong female leads. Like we need to have a good balance. I think that's the best way to approach it. And it's okay if it leans a little bit more to one side or the other at times. I don't mind that. But at the end of the day, the truth is, because it's a video game, you know, I'm going to care about the story. I'm going to care about the characters. If the characters are well written, the stories are well told, but most importantly, and this is the most important thing, the game is fucking fun and I'm enjoying it. And as long as there's not some weird ass nonsense they're trying to shove in it, yeah, then there's no problem. I've never had a problem with that shit. You know, I've never had a problem with just playing a good game as long as there isn't nonsense, you know? We have Slang Crocheting says, I didn't realize your audience hated women. Well, I don't know. I wouldn't say it's my audience. I mean, the truth is there's a lot more people here than there normally is. A lot of people passing by, but it's a bit much, man. Like Stellar Blade starred an Asian female character, and people loved it. Did they love it because she had massive tits and a big ass? I'm sure that didn't hurt. Would people love this character a lot more if she had massive tits and a big ass and they were hanging out? Bet you the conversation would be night and day right now. It would. It fucking would. And if it wasn't night and day, at the very least, people would be like, well, I guess it's not that bad. And I just feel like this is where it's like, I don't know, man. I like Jin too. I like Jin too. And he's one of my favorite characters, and he always will be. Listen, if they come out, I'll tell you this. If in the game, they're like, let me tell you how Jin died, and he died in some stupid ass way, that's like, well, that's just embarrassing and humiliating and dishonorable. All right, then we'll talk. Like, what'd you do to my boy Jin? You know? Yeah, then we'll talk. But I don't know, man. It almost sounds to me like, if I had to guess, and this is just pure speculation on my part, but I have a feeling that Jin Sakai is going to go down as like a legendary figure, where he's the one who started. You think Jin's the wolf? He started the ghost. You know what I mean? He started the ghost, and I just imagine that every game going forward, it's kind of going to call back to his legend. And I think that's pretty cool, dude. Like, I think that's actually if they handle it differently, I'd be surprised. He's gonna get hit with a golf club. Yo, how did Jin die? Yeah, he took a golf club to the head, bro. That would be funny. Yeah, so it turns out Neil Druckmann helped us on this one. Jin's the wolf. Wait, did I miss that in the trailer? Like does he, like, he's not literally the wolf, but like in the trailer, the wolf kind of represents him. Is that what you're saying? Jin died of old age. Yeah, no one's thinking of that, right? Nobody's thinking of Hot Spring Atsu. No one's thinking about it, bro. Hold on. All right, we have instant messenger. Sama says Yotei has many female legends to its lore. It has nothing to do with the Western woke agenda. Interesting. We have, is that thumbnail legit, saying, dude, your chat is toxic as fuck. You got to fix this. Well, I mean, I don't know, man. I guess I could try to like lock my chat down and really try to reel it in, but It feels like, I don't know. It feels like this isn't the right time to do it because, again, there's a lot of people here who I don't think are normally here. But, yeah, I think people just got to calm down, man. Like, I got to be honest with you guys. Like, I'm starting to get tired of it myself. I am. Like, I'm genuinely getting tired. Where it's like, I was fucking excited and hyped and feeling good. It's like, goddamn, Sony did what I wanted them to, you know? Finally. And I, it's just so disheartening where it's like, nah, man, this is woke DEI trash. And it's like, oh, like, oh, okay. I thought it looked really good and exciting, but okay. Well, hey, I'll tell people the same thing I tell them for, with anything else. Speak with your wallet, man. Speak with your wallet. If that's really how you feel, don't give him your money. I think you're missing out. I think you're going to miss out on a fucking incredible game. But don't give him your money. But I'm excited for it. And until they give me a reason, like a good reason not to be excited, I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell people. Alpha Spooker says, sad I can't play as Jin, but excited nonetheless. Mr. Metalface says, I'm fully expecting the discourse. Oh, okay, I read that one. Okay, I got to go back a little bit further. Nate92 says, or wait, Cypherpunk says, some are saying they copied AC with a female character. Oh, God. Nate92 says, I was excited for 10 seconds, but I'm 100% done spending a cent on the woke millennial nonsense. This game is going to get the ACS treatment. Waylark says, Jin had too much PP for modern audiences. Wabu Dabu says, the Ghost franchise will be the new Assassin's Creed. We will get a new protagonist every entry with a new story. I like this. You know what's interesting? You talk about it being kind of like Assassin's Creed. The only thing, I would assume the difference would be that every entry in the Ghost series, maybe it could, I'm not saying there's like a rule for it, but it makes me wonder, like, could it go beyond Japan? Like Assassin's Creed did. Where the first game set in Japan, the second game is also set in Japan. And so I wonder if there's going to be like this kind of foundational rule where like every Ghost game has to be set in Japan. Or if maybe one day they'll go beyond it. Lewis says, Ghost of Yotei looks insane. I hope we can play the Wolf. Gutted we won't get Spider-Man DLC. Right, but they didn't do it. Pro Games making me want one. Yeah, I'm surprised. I don't know what's going on with this Spider-Man DLC, dude. I'm starting to think Insomniac maybe needed a break. A well-deserved break. That's what's taking so long. Angry Well Watcher says, Lunar Silver. Okay, so I read that one. Hold on. Kipford says, call me crazy, but I'm buying Horizon Zero Dawn full price physically. Nah, dude. Kipford, I don't think you're crazy. You said you put 400 hours in that game and 1,200 in Horizon. It's going to be well worth your money, dude. It's your favorite game. George, you're saying, so what other game was Grubb's rumor announcement along Horizon? I don't know. That's a good question. There was a lot of rumor that Days Gone Remaster was going to get announced and it never did. So I don't know if there's some like bad info going around. Maybe. Victor Perez says, seeing Stellar Blade getting a Nier Automata collab DLC in photo mode and also Eve being a bot in Astro Bot is awesome. We Stellar Blade fans are eating good. Yeah, I couldn't really focus too much on that announcement because I was just starting to like boil up that like, oh my God, I think this is it. Like Sony really didn't show up with a banger of any kind. Like not this, because like, I do agree that like what they're doing with Stellar Blade is great. And it does sound like Stellar Blade fans are eating good. I was just like, I don't know, man. When I saw Fortnite pop up, that shit made me like be like, what? Please God, no. Why am I still hearing about Fortnite? Like, Tarnished Soul says childish virgins with this woke shit. Zanny Chelly says not buying. Sony can go F themselves. Waylark says love a game with a 90-pound female kicking ass. OK says Ghost 2 appeared underwhelming, felt smaller than Ghost 1. That's interesting. You're saying it felt smaller. I have to rewatch the trailer. I didn't get that vibe. I got the vibe it feels about the same. Maybe even bigger. Slightly bigger. But I'll have to rewatch it. Ian says no Resident Evil 9 or Spider-Man 2 DLC or Wolverine. Absolute L state of play. Mamoru says not having Jin is an instant pass. I often hate that. We want Jin. Easy E says, I want to thank Sony for saving me thousands in hardware/software expenses. Vote with your wallet, guys. Don't support this nonsense. Wish you the best with your channel, MBG. Video game crash incoming. The Contextual Gamer says, I don't care. I'll play a girl, but give me closure. Y'all act like we don't get involved or invested into these games. Success allows for a sequel. So brain dead. Secular Transhumanist says, yes, it's a sequel, not that Mount Yotei is more than 1,000 kilometers away from Tsushima Island on Hokkaido. Let me know if I'm saying that correctly. So it seems to tell another story from Japan's history, which I like. Tsushima history was told. Pharaoh Flame says Mount Yotei, the Ainu called the mountain Makarini Puri. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. Or I'm not even going to try to read that. I'm going to be honest with you. And you're saying it stands for female mountain. Very interesting. Reptar Runs Free says, now will they do anything with the multiplayer? Legends was great for free online mode. That's a great fucking question. That's a great question. See, that's you're asking real questions here. You're right. Ghost of Tsushima Legends was incredible. They got to do something, right? They got to do something, right? Disco Cobra 2013 says, why are we going straight to woke? Okay, I read that one. Jerry Gamer, you're saying, is it me or the new Ghost of Yotei has a lot of Red Dead Cowboy vibe? I don't know. I gotta rewatch that trailer. I gotta watch it on my own time in 4K, the big screen, you know? Wabu dude, thank you so much for that, man. It looks like you not only, you actually upgraded your membership, Players No Limits, to higher tier for extra support. Thank you so much for that, Wabu dude. Jerry A says, massive W, let's go. Kipper says, I'm actually psyched about Horizon and the Nier crossover. Stellar Blade specifically made this for me. I love Nier, though I can't say the same for Lego Horizon. Mo Guns Jackson, says, looks like a standalone like Sucker Punch's Miles Morales. Ghost 2 will be different. Jerome Montgomery says, Ghost didn't save the show. Waylark says, Ghost of Tsushima based nearly 400 years later, 1603. The Contextual Gamer says, wow, is Herman Holst bitter about his game failing? I think he is. He wants Horizon everywhere now. Really disappointed. Ghost, damn, no Jin, no Sai. Sean Mitchell says, I take back my previous super chat. I didn't even read it yet. Cypherpunk says, female Ghost of Tsushima, bring it on. 18 May says, can't wait for Stellar Blade photo mode on the PS5 Pro, 10 out of 10 showcase. Ryan Thomas says, Sony, our show sucked. Here's some new plates. It's funny reading these backwards, dude. Var says, MBG, it's time to rage dog. This shit is ridiculous. Right before the Ghost 2 announcement, bro. Waylark says, incoming MBG rants after lowering expectations. Then next stream talks about how Sony has a banger after banger coming. Dude, if nothing, you are predictable. Oh, dude, you guys were not ready. I'm gonna be real, bro. Like, if Sucker Punch didn't show up, I was fucking snapping, dude. I'm like, I can't believe Sony did this to us. How could they do this to us? Like, I was gonna act like Sony shot my dog, bro. I was ready. Because I was so frustrated. Like, the thing that did it for me, again, this was before we realized they were ending with a major new announcement for Ghost of Yotei. The thing that did it for me was when I thought they actually ended it with a Horizon Zero Dawn remaster. Like, I was going to fucking put Sony on blast like you never saw before, which I wasn't looking forward to, but I was feeling that shit. I was ready. That's why I was freaking out so much when that PlayStation Studios logo came up, and I was like, oh, hold the fuck on. What's happening? Yaren says Monster Hunter is Capcom's biggest IP. World alone sold 20.5 million. Sean Mitchell says the first state of play since the announcement of the PS5 Pro, and they haven't showed anything worth getting one for. Sony, what are you playing at? Don't worry, I'm ignoring that super chat, Sean. Cypherpunk says Sony has shares in Epic. I did read that one. I read Omens. Mike just says nah. Cypherpunk says no. I read that one. Sean Mitchell said hang in there, bud. B Flesher says top surgery scars. Let's go. Waylark says I can't wait to make a small butt body type 2 in this. This is when Dragon Age was on. Cypherpunk says so far it's Game Pass. I read that one. Raid Shin says wreck. Okay. The Genius 200 says we need a banger to justify the Pro. I think. All right, I'm almost caught up, guys. I'm almost caught up. I appreciate all the super chats. Thank you guys so much for the support. Even if I don't agree with some of them, I mean, I at least still appreciate, the generosity. Sean Mitchell. Hold on, I got boss. Sean Mitchell says Abby off Jin with a golf club. That's going to be the lure. Yeah, that's how Jin got replaced in the end. Omen86 says PS is catering to real gamers with many nostalgic game reveals. They're not just catering to 2 Twitter trolls. I kind of respect PS for not giving a fuck. Fred Vance uses his milestone chat and says, I think when we get closer to a date for release and more stories shown, I think we will see more people get excited for Ghost of Yotei. Josh, you're saying PSA, you are the ones with the inability to realize that negative reactions to things are entirely in your control. Stop blaming other people for your inability to handle what you don't like. Damn, Josh getting deep on us, bro. Yeah. I mean, personal accountability, We all and self-awareness. We need it. Mr. Metalface says, sorry, let me rephrase my thoughts. Ever since The Last of Us 2, it's been so annoying how people online push the narrative that it's forced just because it's a woman. I wish they would go touch grass. I got to make sure I try to heart some of these so I can keep track of where we are. Waylark, you're saying we are just assuming the pronoun of the Ghost of Tsushima character. Waylark's just here to cause chaos, apparently. Jerome says Ghost was Jin's rise to be the Ghost. We were hoping Ghost 2 would be a full game of him being the Ghost with Jin on the run from the Shogun. It would have been interesting to see that. And I think there's something else that's worth noting is this doesn't mean we'll never see Jin again. I mean, obviously it's 300 years later and he's dead in the sequel, but I don't know, man. Like there's no, at least I would assume Ghost Sucker Punch isn't making some kind of like rule where it's like we can never return to Jin's time. Dude, for all we know, I'm just saying, because everybody's hung up on the fact that they're moving on from Jin and his story. I'm just saying, man, for all we know, Ghost 3 could be, I mean, I don't know what they would call it, but it could be Ghost of wherever it's located. And then the surprise reveal is you're playing as older Jin. You're going back now. For all we know, there could be a section in this game. This is why I'm saying people are not giving Sucker Punch a fucking chance. And it's pissing me off. I'm not saying your super chats or anything are pissing me off because it's just like, I get it, man. Everybody's going to have a heated opinion right now. I'm just saying it's very frustrating that it's like, dude, we don't fucking know anything. except it's 300 years later, and it's a new protagonist that has the ghost mantle. You know, like what I'm just saying, man, we do not know. We do not know. I like Jin too. Like it's just frustrating because it's almost like, I don't know, people are acting like they fucking slaughtered my Jin. They abandoned my Jin. Like, you don't know that. You don't fucking know that. Like, for all you know, there's gonna be statues of Jin and shit in this game. You know? Like, no, I know. I'm not denying that. Listen, okay, to be fair, I've speculated about all the different directions they could take with Ghost. I said they could follow up with Jin. I would like them to follow up with Jin. People talked about the idea of having a dual protagonist situation like Assassin's Creed, and then we talked about the idea of them going in a completely different direction. I don't know, man. I don't even. I'm playing into it too much. Where it's like, the truth is, like, there's nothing that needs defending. There's nothing that needs defending. If you have a problem with the new Ghost game, don't buy it. Don't even look at it. Just walk away. You know? I know that there are going to be people that think that that's a shitty attitude to have, but it's just like, if you want it, listen, the best way you could inform, and I'm gonna be as mature about this as I can, and I'm doing that like 3.5 hours into the stream, but in all seriousness, this is what I recommend. If you want to be mature about it, try to leave a message that you believe Sucker Punch or the person who runs Sucker Punch's social media or that Sony PR might see, not attacking them, not being rude, but just simply saying, I really would have liked a follow-up to this game that starred one of my favorite characters, Jin Sakai. And because of that, I will not be purchasing your product. Good day. There you go. I'm just saying, like, that's if that's what you should do. Are they going to listen? Probably not. They spent the last 5 years making this game. But I'm just so tired of it, man. It's like everything's got to suck now. Everything. Everything's got to suck. Nothing can be good. Nothing can be exciting. And I just think people just don't know how to let shit go. I think people just want a reason to be upset at this point. Saying I dwell too much on the issue. Yeah, that's my problem. I'm just as bad. I'm not letting it go. Well, it's a day one buy for me, I'll tell you that. It's a day one buy on my PS5 Pro, baby. Let's go. All right, let's see. We have Faberdud says people were pissed when MGS2 came out. Now we have Raiden. Ghost of Tsushima 2 could be the same thing. Give it time. By the way, I'm really excited for Horizon Zero Dawn. Redoing hours of cutscenes for a $10 upgrade. Freaking crazy. I will say I'm really glad they did the $10 upgrade. It would have been a bad look if they didn't do that, because it seemed for a moment there like they weren't going to, but yeah, I got to rewatch that trailer. I was in a different place. You're saying, bro, stop melting down and go look at the comments. People are mostly hyped. Damn, that upsets me. That I might have to do a purge then. Yeah. That upsets me because that means I'm being gaslit to like oblivion. And that, like, if once I leave this chat and I leave the stream and I go out there and I see like this is actually not a thing and like most people are hyped, I'm gonna have to take a different approach to my channel because like, I don't need to be getting gaslit. You know, I don't need my Twitter chat or my chat to turn into basically a constant Twitter feed. You know, I try to avoid being on Twitter for this exact reason because it's too much and it's a lot of gaslighting going on. And if that's what my chat's turning into, I'm gonna have to figure that out. Mrs. MBG says the stream has been an emotional roller coaster. read the PS5 Pro blog. All right. Let me just catch up with these supers first. Goat Gaming says Jeffrey Keeley and Sucker Punch have announced Ghost of Yotei is day and date PC and that SBI helped with the game. Goat Gaming out here trying to troll me. Did they announce this? I need to see this announcement. Jeff Keeley, is it true? Well, I actually want to see what Jeff's poll says. I know he puts out polls every time. New York Times apparently posted about it. Hold on, let's see. How long is this read? The initial trailer for Ghost of Yotei, which is scheduled to be released on PS5 next year, describes the game's setting as beyond the edge of Japan. When we started working on a sequel, the first question we asked ourselves is, what is the DNA of a Ghost game? It is about transporting the player to the romance and beauty of feudal Japan. So I will say that right there seems to confirm they will never leave Japan. At least it doesn't seem like it. They say, what is the DNA of a Ghost game? The romance and beauty of feudal Japan. Inspiration for the new game's setting came during 2 research trips into northern Japan. Sucker Punch team, which mostly resides in Washington State, visited more than a dozen locations. But it was the image of Mount Yotei reflected across Lake Toya that inspired all. Trying to see if they reveal. All right, so it says, without going into detail, the developer said Ghost of Yotei was a story of underdog vengeance that followed Atsu as she moved through the natural landscape, including sprawling grasslands and snowy tundras. They said players would have greater control over her story than in the previous game. Interesting. Almost makes it sound like you'll be able to make more choices this time around. One challenge that comes with making an open world game is the repetitive nature of doing the same thing over and over again, noting that players would be able to master firearms in addition to melee weapons like the katana. Okay. Well, damn. Good shit. Maybe they showed that in the trailer and I just missed it. We wanted to balance against that and find unique experiences. Let me just make sure let me see if there's any. The sequel of Ghost of Tsushima is the linchpin to a series of tightly choreographed efforts by Sony to transform the series into a larger entertainment franchise. A cinematic version of the original game. Oh yeah, for all the Jin Sakai lovers, by the way, myself included, don't forget we are getting a Ghost of Tsushima movie starring. It's going to be about Jin's story, directed by the same person who directed the John Wick films. So there's still that. Let's see. In recent years, game companies achieved some critical and commercial success. Herman Hulst, the chief executive of Sony Studio Business Group, said developing intellectual property across entertainment formats would drive customers back to the original games. We saw that with The Last of Us, HBO. From a business perspective, it makes a lot of sense. When a television series or movie comes out, people are inspired to play the game or make friends to play it or to play. Okay. Let's see. That's crazy, dude. I'm checking Jeff Keighley's poll, and 40,000 votes. People are grading it a D or below. No, actually a B. Sorry. There's 31% giving it a B, 27.6% a D, 27.4% C, and 14% A. Salvazar, you're saying, I didn't give a fuck the protagonist was female. I was just excited to see the next Ghost. Ghost of will be Sony's Assassin's Creed. Dual wield. Cypherpunk said if Jin died of old age, then he was no warrior. HBK RVD says Sucker Punch released a PlayStation blog about Ghost of Yotei. We did read that. Disco Cobra 2013 says, could we go back and look at all the pro enhanced games? That was a pretty big list. Wonder how enhanced they will be, graphics and FPS. I'm not too concerned about ray tracing. Yeah, I'm going to check that out next. Apparently there is a blog post about that. I'm so stoked that MGS is on that list. Hell yeah. Kyle, you're saying if it was a female lead and Jin a second character, then terrible. But I like the new take. I'm not into the woke crap, but this is a good entry. Ollie Smith says, ignore the crap, MEG. Be excited. I'm hyped as shit. Talk to the people who aren't woke obsessed. We are listening to you too, brother. Well, I appreciate that. Wabu Dude, thank you again for becoming a member at Plays No Limits. Instant Messenger Sama says, we still have the Tokyo Game Show and the Game Awards this year. There's enough to be announced there. We are just impatient gamers as always. Yeah, dude, I didn't even consider that we're probably going to get a massively long Death Stranding 2 demo in a couple days. So, fuck, man. I don't know. I'm starting to feel the hype again. For real. Mrs. MBG says, my favorite part was when you passed out in your chair. Yeah, my body had to reset. It had to reset. Blake Wilson says, hey, MBG, I bet the wolf in the trailer 2 for Ghost is Jin in animal form, and later he will be reincarnated. Yeah, I see. I got to rewatch this trailer and pay closer attention to it because a lot of people are saying that basically Jin is the wolf. Like, not literally the wolf. Like, I don't know. I guess it's kind of like, I don't know if I would take it as far as he's literally been reincarnated into a wolf. I think that, the world of Ghost of Tsushima seems pretty grounded. But this idea that like he just kind of like the wolf kind of represents him, somewhat, which would be really interesting. I don't know. I got to figure out why people are saying that. There has to be something saying the wolf is definitely Jin's spirit. Got the vibe immediately. I mean, that's going to be like her companion in the game. So that'd be pretty cool. Yeah, I got to rewatch this shit. Omen86 says, done. Soul Reaver pre-ordered. Take my money. Omen was on that. Yo, Power World today, bro. Who's hyped for Power World on PS5? Should I try it? I don't know. Is it actually good? I mean, I had a lot of hype around it. I don't know. Should I even bother if Nintendo's going to sue him? Apocalyptic says, do we have a pro pre-order time yet? I think 10 a.m. Eastern time. 10 a.m. ET. Dan says Power World is actually good. Unironically. Interesting. Victor says, will you be getting the PS5 Pro bundle on Thursday? I mean, I'm going to try. Probably not going to get it, but Kainsy7 says, it's really sad reading the messages of most people. Gaming won't crash. Gaming is not dead. I'm a PlayStation player and never played God of War, Spider-Man, The Last of Us, etc. And I still play on PlayStation. Who cares if it's a female protagonist? The conversation is crap. Yeah, it's too much, man. Like look, there are some things that I do get involved with, and I'm not the type of person where it's like I'm just gonna pick one side or the other and just whatever and just follow whatever. Like I don't look at it as like a war. And I think a lot of people do, where it's like it's a war between two sides and you got to be on the side. Like you got to pick your side. And I'm just like, no, I'm not looking at it that way because it's not that extreme. There are too many different projects, too many different games, too many different things out there on offer at any given time. And I'm not just going to like bag everything up together, and jumble it up together and be like, well, all this crap belongs over here and all this crap's over here. This is the good crap. That's the bad crap. Like, it's not that simple. It never has been. It never will be. And I honestly think that a lot of people get overwhelmed and they just don't know what to do. And so they just kind of follow what people say. And, like I said, there's definitely some shit I see where it's like this. You guys need to calm the fuck down with your agendas and your like feel how you want to feel, but you gotta tone it down and you gotta calm it down. And there are absolutely products that are released where you can. It's like oozing. It's like radiating, and that to me is like that's the stuff that needs to calm down. But there's plenty of other shit where it like again, it's just where it's like so females woke, like no, come on, like fucking A, man. But a lot of brain rot out there now, you know. Uh, did they announce that Ghost sold 13 million? Ghetto God, you're saying was Jin the narrator in the trailer we just saw? There could be flashbacks. I don't think it was. No, I don't think it was Jin. Did it sound like him? I got to rewatch it, man. I was like locked in, just like kind of like shocked that it was actually happening. You know, my soul left my body for a moment. Felix Joel Beltry says the first Ghost story is done. What else do you all want? Single player is always tilted towards samurai movies, so that's their niche with Japanese history. I also want to say too that like I don't know how many people who finished Ghost of Tsushima, you know, Ghost of Tsushima didn't. I looked at it as the DLC really kind of helped fully wrap up Jin's story. You know, the one thing that I'm dying to know, and I don't think people are thinking of this. Like, this is what I'm thinking about. Dude, spoilers for Ghost of Tsushima. You got to make a choice at the end of that game. And maybe they won't answer it, which would be a bold strategy. But I wonder if they're going to like acknowledge which choice was canon. Maybe, I don't know, it's 300 years later, so maybe it won't actually matter and they can kind of get away with not answering it to preserve the choice you made. But I don't know, that would be something that would be kind of like be bugging me a little bit, like which one was canon? Which choice was the canon choice? But I also want to remind people that they did release a full DLC where it is Jin kind of confronting his demons he had with his father. And I highly recommend if you enjoyed Ghost of Tsushima, play that the Iki Island DLC. It's awesome. And they do a great job, I think, just kind of fully putting a bow on, you know, just kind of covering all aspects of Jin outside of like what he did afterwards. Sucker Punch confirmed 13 million sold. Mark Tech, you're saying this is why it's important to push against the anti-woke crowd. Modern gaming deserves criticisms, but those losers are ruining gaming discourse. I know, man. Like, that's why I don't even like to. I know I use the term, but I don't even want to use the term woke anymore because I feel like there's like a group of people that ruined it where it may have meant something at some point, but now it's just like fuck, everything's woke. You know, do you see the way that character blinked in that game? It's fucking woke. It just gets tiring where it's like we need to just start diving deeper and more in depth with these things. Where like if there are problems, we need to identify like what is the problem? Like describe it in depth, in detail, and let people decide for themselves if they actually agree if it's that big of a problem. You know? I just want to say, man, I've seen so many people for so long just constantly complaining about, oh my God, look at how ugly this character is. Western developer making characters ugly. There's a screenshot of this female protagonist. Looks fine to me. Looks perfectly fine. She's not obese. And this is what I'm saying, man. Like rather than saying those things, like, because remember, man, to all these people, that's the problem. You're making the fucking women ugly. You're making them fat. You're making them weird looking and shit. And then here's a female character that looks totally normal. regular body type, you know? Do you think any of the people that were bitching about that, do you think that they come out and then they say, "Oh, cool. Yeah, I complained about that. I complained about you making women's faces ugly and making them overweight. But now that there's a new female protagonist that looks perfectly fine, isn't overweight, do they say anything? No. Because it just goes to show, man, that it's like it's not about that. It never was about that for a lot of these people. It's about, but does she have a vagina? Oh, she does? Okay, that's a problem. And that's what I mean. Like that's what pisses me off, where it's like, so this whole time you're like, maybe you're like out here possibly gaslighting developers and gaslighting people. And maybe you have something, and this is why I've always said the people who are doing this shit are probably very gaslit people. They're like, fuck those people. I am going to make this character ugly on purpose because fuck you. And it's a back and forth. It's a back and forth. And what I see right now, what I see from Sucker Punch is they're cutting through that bullshit. Like, yeah, it's a new story 300 years later with a female protagonist, new character, new story to tell. She's not going to look any particular way. She's probably going to be fucking wearing a mask 80% of the time. Oh, man. All right. I promise we're gonna be bringing up the blog about the PS5 Pro. I'm sorry I'm taking so long. I got to stop going on these tangents. I'm gaslighting myself at this point. Michael Stanbrook is saying, I believe the Concord disaster and the report of it being the future of PlayStation has really accelerated the controversial DEI discourse. I think you're right. I will say Concord didn't help anything. All right. I'm not going to lie. Concord was like basically a big ass fucking barrel of gasoline that they just threw into the flames. Not going to lie. That seems to be yeah. They're like, quick, how do we make people forget about Concord? Release the Ghost 2 trailer. Ah, yes. Wait, but is she female? Is it a female lead? It is. Shit. All right, we have Omen. He says, don't forget Tokyo Game Show still coming up. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm hyped for those Astrobot levels, by the way. Mark Tech, you're saying community cleanup will be better for you and us. Yeah, it's going to be necessary because it's just like, I don't know, man. I don't want shit. I don't want shit to get too out of hand, and I think today things may have gotten too out of hand. Unintended Studios says, I missed everything, saw the Yotei title, and knew I'd have to come here to course correct you. E equals A, and I equals E. E equals A. Yo. Tay? Fucking A. Okay, hold on. Not Unintended Studios. I appreciate. I need some. So Yo. Tay. E? Wait, now I'm really confused, bro. So it's more like Yotei. So I have been saying it correctly. Wait, hold on. I can't stop gaslighting myself. I've been saying it correctly. Yotei. Yotei. Wait, no, I was saying it Yotei. Shit. Okay. No, in that case, I'm not gaslighting myself. Yotei. Okay. Ghost of Yotei. Ghost of Yotei. Ghost of Yotei. Yotei, Yotei, Yotei. I'm glad we could nip this in the bud. I was saying Thai. I don't know why I don't know. It looks like it should be pronounced Thai, but Tay. No, Tay. T-E-I. Tay. Imagine somebody just tuning into the stream right at this moment. I'm just like, Tay, Yotei, Yotei, Yotei. Make people think I'm really, man, MBG full snap, man. What the fuck happened to that guy? Yotei. All right. Thank you for that, Unintended Studios. He's like, I knew I'd have to course correct you. You were right. Sean Mitchell says, Ghost 2 almost seemed like a pipe dream today, but I'm glad it came to save the day for me. TGS next with some Death Stranding 2 and hopefully a Metal Gear date. We are eating good again. Yeah, I'm feeling good, bro. There's a lot on the horizon. No pun intended. There's a lot that coming down the pipeline. We may not have like I don't know, man. 2025 is looking fucking nutty. Like, think about it. We're looking at Ghost of Yotei, GTA 6, you know, on the PS5 Pro, Death Stranding 2, bro. It's looking good. And there's still probably a lot we don't know. It's looking, and Metal Gear, oh my God. What am I going to do? Victor Perez, will PlayStation Direct open up pre-orders at 10 a.m. then? Yes, that's apparently the time that they're opening it up. Eastern time, 10 a.m. ET. Dan with a donation. I have a couple of direct donations I got to read as well. Omen86 says, as a BioWare fan, I'm hyped for Dragon Age. I see the game getting called woke for the art style, but the game will be fire. BioWare, return to form. Yeah, I'm definitely not hyped for BioWare. Okay, hold on. Hold on, guys. All right, sorry about that. Wait, where did I leave off here? Yeah, no, Omen, I don't know. I'm not hyped for Dragon Age. To be honest, I don't know much at all about Dragon Age. I did see some stuff on Twitter that made me, I don't know, dude. It was a little weird with the character creator and the shit they're doing. And I'm like, you know what? That's a bridge too far for me. I think I'll be honest, I think they got to sort some shit out, but I don't know. I'm not, I wasn't really feeling what they were showing. It does, I mean, like, I with the whole Dragon Age situation, like, dude, the only thing I remember about Dragon Age is like in 2014, I forget which Dragon Age it was, but it like came out in like one game of the year or something. It's like a really big deal. But yeah, I don't know about BioWare anymore. We'll have to see. Pinthrax, you're saying MBG, I was in the live chat when Stellar Blade DLC was announced, and the chat was all saying, damn, mommy, let's go. But Ghost is woke. Coomers, man. Cyberpunk, you're saying Sony wants that female gamer cash. There's a lot of them. Kane Z7 says, wait, MBG, you mean they released the Ghost of Yotei trailer because of Concord's failure? Maybe if Fair Games flops, they'll release the Bloodborne 2 trailer. There you go. Now you're thinking, Kane. And let me just check the direct donations as well. I want to make sure I read those. I appreciate all the support, guys. It means a lot. I have Moonshot. He says, you already know the drill, MBG. He said this prior to the stream. If this is trash, Herman and I will fight. I'm talking full-on Rucker Park, blood on the sand. I'll do it for you guys. Luckily, it doesn't seem like that needs to happen, Moonshot. RichRide908 says, you Xbox butterscotch suckers wish you had a state of play where you actually release the games, where they actually release the games they show. Even if this is only remasters, it's more than you, ugly. I love how Rich Rod's like, even if it's only remasters, it's better. It's still better. Gotta love Rich Rod. PS Gamer says, imagine DS2, Ghost 2, and GTA 6 in 2025 for PS5. Can't wait to play all these with the Pro. I wish they announced Resident Evil 9 as well. I think Resident Evil 9 is probably going to show up at the Game Awards. And I'm right there with you, PS Gamer. And Samson says, Dynasty Warriors is racist. There is no black character. Samson coming out of nowhere. Y'all crazy. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm looking at this picture of the new character, and she looks good, dude. Omen, you're saying Dragon Age is peak RPG. Might be better than Final Fantasy 16. All right, let me go to I finally am caught up here. Let me go to the PS blog and see PS5 Pro enhanced games. Do they have the list here? So there's a bunch of quotes here from all the studios talking about how they've utilized wow, there's a lot. How they utilize the PS5 Pro. I can't read all this right now. This is way too much. I'll link this though to you guys. If you want to do a little bit of reading about the PS5 Pro, check this out over in the PS blog. They had like all the studios basically like write out like paragraphs. Can I read one of them? Let me see which ones are here. We have Konami says, in Metal Gear Solid Delta, the innovative PSSR technology allows for the trees and the lush vegetation of the game's iconic jungle terrain to become more vivid and enhances the sense of realism of infiltrating through a natural environment. Additionally, we are able to deliver a smoother gameplay experience with better frame rates throughout the entire game. Remedy says, our graphics engineers at Remedy have greatly enjoyed improving Alan Wake 2 for PS5 Pro together with the team at Sony Interactive. With a game like Alan Wake 2, where the mood and environmental storytelling are essential, bringing ray tracing to the game as a brand new feature adds another layer of immersion. We have also used the additional power of the PS5 Pro to improve the visuals and effects in the 60 FPS performance mode, where we have upped the output resolution to 4K, making the experience look even better than before. Whoa. Oh, wait, hold on. So you're telling me Alan Wake 2 doesn't run at 864p on the Pro? Oh my God. Then I guess the internet lied to me. The internet told me, bro, this game only runs at 864p. But I don't know. I tried saying, I think that's just, wait, was it the internet? No, it was Digital Foundry. Oh man, Digital Foundry counted an internal resolution. Keyword being internal resolution. What the fuck, man? Who would buy a PS5? Who would pay $700? We can't even get 4K. Meanwhile, the actual fucking image output for Alan Wake 2 is going to be 4K. It's going to be 4K at 60 frames. Oh, gee. Oh, man. God damn it. Oh. Shift Up says with PS5 Pro, players will be able to enjoy Stellar Blade in 4K resolution at, get this shit. You're not ready for this. 50. That's right. 50. That has to be a typo, right? Surely that's a typo. There's no way they actually came out here as like 4K 50 FPS. There's no way. That's 100% a typo, correct? What? It has to be 60. Yeah, it's 100% a typo. There's no such thing. It's 50 FPS. So they say PS5 Pro players will be able to enjoy Stellar Blade at 4K resolution at 60 FPS. No, dude, I don't know. Fuck, I don't know. They say 50 FPS or more. Shit, you know what? I don't know. It might not be. Anyway, it says with smoother gameplay, you'll notice an improvement in grain and detail in the game in PSSR upscale mode. Plus, in high frame rate mode, there will be a high frame rate option allowing you to enjoy a fluid gaming experience at 80 FPS with a 120 hertz display. Koei Tecmo, we are very happy to bring you a new way to experience Rise of the Ronin with the PS5 Pro. Not only is there responsive katana action at a high frame rate, but you can also walk through beautiful renditions of the streets of Yokohama, Edo, and Kyoto and meet heroes of the 19th century in greater graphical detail, so they don't really go in depth there. So we have there's a lot of games here. Dragon's Dogma 2. Dragon's Dogma 2 will benefit from the power of the PS5 Pro, PSSR, and new ray tracing technology, allowing for improved frame rates. For those new to Dragon's Dogma 2, okay, they're just talking about the game. For Resident Evil Village, we added 120 FPS gameplay. Let's see what else we got here. Insomniac Games says, at Insomniac Games, we've released 4 games on PS5, and we're excited to be enhancing all 4 to take advantage of the new capabilities. Players of Spider-Man Remastered, Spider-Man Miles Morales, Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, and Spider-Man 2 will find a new default Performance Pro mode, which marries the crisp 4K resolution of ray tracing features of Fidelity Mode with the speedy 60 FPS. Jesus. These are incredible no compromise experiences. And we're excited to spend even more time finding new ways we can leverage the PS5 Pro on both these existing titles and future games like Marvel's Wolverine. My God, Insomniac with the flex, bro. Insomniac straight up like, yeah, you're getting 4K, 60 FPS, and ray tracing. You're getting everything. That's pretty good, dude. It's really seeming like PSSR is the real deal here. Meanwhile, you got fucking Polyphony Digital. Gran Turismo 7 will feature an experimental support for 8K 60 FPS output. What are they doing over there, man? Sounds awesome. I'm hyped, man. I don't know, man. So Sony's got me hyped. I got to be honest. Like they did a good job. They like it really. I was going. It was like I feel bipolar, man. Where like it went from I'm gonna lose my fucking mind because I can't deal with this anymore. Like, you can't end this with a remaster, bro. It went from that to all right. You did it. I said it. I said it over and over again that if Sony could just deliver one banger, it would satisfy me. And I didn't expect it to be Ghost, but it was. And it looks awesome. And I can't wait to go rewatch that trailer. But all in all, man, I'm feeling good. PS5 Pro right around the corner. I mean, I hope I can secure one. PS5 Pro right around the corner. I'm not going to lie, man. This definitely did a much better job. The new trailer they showed for the PS5 Pro enhanced games, but I'm glad you guys told me to go check out the blog post because I didn't read all of them yet. But getting these details about like which games are going to be enhanced for the Pro and like what they're going to do, I'm like, okay, all right. I feel like I'm starting to get a much better feel for like, okay, this thing's going to be a fucking beast. Like this thing's actually going to start brute forcing some higher resolutions that, well, through PSSR, it sounds like it's really going to deliver on some of these games. And I'm happy to see Metal Gear's getting the enhancement. I'm a little bit shocked that Horizon is coming out, next month? So I have to think about if I want to play that or not. I mean, I don't know. I might be playing Space Marine 2. We'll have to see. But, yeah, man. TGS is about to kick off, and we'll see what Kojima has up his sleeve. Waylark, you're saying any future PS5 games, Digital Foundry say run good, we can't trust. I don't know, man. I think that I'm just going to put this out here. I think myself included, I'm guilty of this. I think we put way too much stock into just Digital Foundry, and they do really good work. And I'm not saying, like, I know people say they're like biased and stuff. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know if they are. They don't come off that way to me. But I think that maybe, I think really, if anything, the way Sony presented the PS5 Pro, I think it just left something to be desired. And I think that's why people, myself included, were gravitating so much towards Digital Foundry, because it's like, what's going on here? Like, we got the price point, but like, what can we expect? And it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see how it all plays out. Let me see here. We have Cypherpunk, you're saying PSSR making the OG PS5 look like a Series S. I wouldn't go that far. I mean, maybe, I don't know. In some performance modes, maybe. I don't know, dude. Speaking of Digital Foundry, they were able to go hands-on with Rebirth, and I don't know, man. I saw people commenting on my video when I was talking about Rebirth where Digital Foundry called it a night and day difference, and people were like, that I don't see any difference, or like, that barely looks like anything. And I'm like, I don't know what you guys are talking about, man. Like, maybe the video was compressed or something, but it looked really good. Okay, you're saying not hating on Ghost of Tsushima 2, neutral on the topic, but it's only games. Just if you're okay being upset with how they did Joel, why can't folks be upset with how they did Jin? Well, my answer to that is because we don't know how they did Jin. You know what I mean? Like, so one thing I want to point out is that the reason why I fucking lost my shit on Naughty Dog with Joel, it wasn't because they killed him. It was the way in which they built up to it. And I think a lot of people don't remember this, but there was a trailer, a Last of Us Part 2 trailer at a State of Play, where the end of that trailer showed somebody coming up behind Ellie and covering her mouth, and then she turns around and it's Joel. And he says, "You didn't think I'd let you do this alone, did you?" And they literally showed everybody, hey guys, Joel and Ellie, they're on another adventure, except this time you get to play as Ellie. But Joel's there, don't worry. And I even had a crazy theory where I was like, yo, that's Ghost Joel. Do you guys remember this shit? Naughty Dog played me like a fucking fiddle. Do you guys remember after that State of Play, I was like, bro, that's Ghost Joel. That's Ghost Joel. He's not really there. It's in her head. But I couldn't have been more wrong. Instead, it was, no, Joel dies in the first, act of that game. And he gets killed by a character he gets his head beat in with the golf club. And he does show up. To be fair, he does show up in the game. But I just remember, I couldn't fucking believe that. I was like, Naughty Dog, what the hell did you do to, why did you do that? Not even killing Joel, but I was just like, why did you make us think we were fucking going, I guess technically he was Ghost Joel. Why did you make us think that we're going on another adventure with fucking Joel and Ellie here? And instead you just basically nah, by the way, you're playing half the game as the person who killed them. You know, it's like, and I guess I'm pointing this out, okay, because we don't know how Sucker Punch is planning to handle Jin. For all we know, they may never mention him in this game. I would find that hard to believe, but they might just be like, no, dude, we wrapped up Jin's story, bro. Once you finish the Icky Island DLC, that's a wrap. And I could live with, that's fine. I mean, it would be a little sad because man, I love Jin. But you know what? They didn't do Jin any wrong. That's the point. I think that's the point that maybe some people don't, It's like, sure, you may not be able to do anything more beyond Ghost of Tsushima and Iki Island. You may not be able to do anything more, but where they left him, like where they left Jin's story is like, dude, okay, if that's where you want to end it, I'm okay with that. That's a good place to end it. You know? Like he had a good story and a good ending, and it all wrapped up nicely. Now, I just think that's very different from, again, like, imagine if right now in this trailer we saw, like, let's just say in this Ghost of Tsushima trailer, it wasn't 300 years in the future. And instead, the person talking in the trailer was old Jin Sakai or older Jin Sakai. And they made it seem like this is going to be a story where you kind of play as older Jin Sakai, but also maybe his protege or whatever, who could be this female. But then when the game starts, Jin actually dies in the first like 2 hours. And then the rest of the game you play is this female and he's just dead. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, imagine if they tried to hype you up, making you think like he's going to be here and he's going to be a big part of it. And he's going to, you know, and it's like, psych, bro's going to die. I get where you're coming. I get where people are coming from. We're like, I want Jin. I get that. But I just don't know that it's comparable to Joel, you know, in that situation. Because to be honest, like, listen, I don't even think, the more I think about The Last of Us Part 2, the more I realize that, to be honest, they kind of did, and this, I know that this sounds surprising coming from me, but when I really think about it, I'm like, they didn't really dishonor Joel. You know? Like, they subverted my fucking expectations. Yeah, they sure did that, and I didn't appreciate it. But by the end of the game, dude, like, the whole idea was there were all these flashback sequences with Joel that basically showed that he was just a dad, bro. You know, like he was just a dad that loved Ellie, you know, like a daughter and wanted to protect her and cared about her. And that's what made Ellie realize, like, man, what the fuck am I doing? He's gone. And I hate the nihilism. I hate the nihilism of it. And it's not the story, and it's not the way I wanted that to end. But my only, like, I'll be honest, man, the longer I think about The Last of Us Part 2, my only problem at this point with that game, two problems. The false marketing. Yeah, I didn't appreciate, dude. If there's one thing I would slap somebody at Naughty Dog for, who made that decision, that's what I would slap them for. You know, like I just like, why would you do that to my soul? Like, you're not Kojima, bro. You know, don't do that to us. That's problem number one. The only other problem is I didn't enjoy playing as Abby. Like, I know why they did it. I know why they were like, we need to show that side. We need to show that there's two sides to every coin. And I get that. But I can't deny that I didn't. It was a difficult playthrough, man. Like, I did not enjoy that part. But all in all, like, I've just come to accept that it was not the game I wanted, and it was not the story I wanted. And I did say this back in 2020. I said this explicitly. I said, but the reality is, it's Naughty Dog's, it's their story. It's their characters. It's theirs. It's not mine. No matter how much I think it's mine, no matter how much I wish it was mine, it's not. And this is what they chose. And they did what they did, you know? So, I don't know. I'm simply saying that I don't know that the two are comparable right now. And you know me, I could talk about if there's one thing the fucking Last of Us 2 did achieve, is I just can't shut the fuck up about it. Apparently. Like, it's like 4 years later, it's like, bro's still talking about it. But Joel is one of my favorite characters. And I'll be honest, man, at this point with The Last of Us, I'm just so sad and kind of heartbroken that things just didn't go the way I had hoped they would for the Last of Us franchise. I like the first game better than the sequel. I've come to terms with the sequel, and unfortunately for now, the last thing we heard about The Last of Us is, oh yeah, we're canceling that multiplayer you wanted. And I'm just like, God damn, can we just get a win? You know? Like, can we just get a win in the Last of Us universe, please? And you know, I just hope people come around on Ghost of Yotei, because I'm just disappointed. I'm disappointed to see that so many people are very, very quick to just basically throw this game in the fire, in the dumpster fire, you know? And I do think that there are games that belong to be thrown in the dumpster fire from time to time. I do. You guys know that. I think Concord was one of them. But it's just so fucking disheartening to basically see some people treating like it's so disheartening to see some people basically treating like, oh, so this is like Concord, huh? You know, and it's just like, what? Whoa, hold on, what are you talking about? No, 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 no. It's like, no, 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 no. It is like it's woke garbage. It's woke DI. It's like, whoa, what are you talking about, bro? It's like, it's just, I don't know, man. It's just disappointing to see that. That's all. Stop having a panic attack. All right. Dude, I want to make it clear too. Dude, I've been talking for so long. I'm like fucking God, it's almost 4.5 hours. I don't even know what I'm really saying anymore at this point. So forgive me if I just seem like I'm a bit lost. It's the nature of these long extended reaction streams sometimes. Yeah, Joel did his fair share of merciless killing. Absolutely. I'm sure he knew his time was coming at some point. Omen, you're saying, seriously, MBG, read the comments below the Dragon Age trailer, all positive and hype. Watch the latest gameplay research. It will deliver. I guess we'll see, man. I don't know. I don't know that I've never been interested in Dragon Age, you know? I'm more interested in Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter's looking pretty good. But Rudy, I promise I'm not just talking to you. How do I feel about Hell Is Us? I actually thought that looked really good. Yeah, that was one of the earlier games, or one of the first games they showed. I like that. The Genius 200, you're saying stoked for Ghost 2, F the negativity. Also, I can't leave member gifts. Is it down? Lastly, my body is ready for the pro and almost got that Astro Platinum. Guys, is it not letting you gift memberships? I will say, I noticed we haven't gotten a membership in a long time. There shouldn't be a... Are you on a different device, Genius? I don't know. Because it says we're at 26 members, and the last time we got a member gift was, I think, right before the State of Play actually started. Let me see. Waylark, you're saying Soul Reaver going to Xbox explains why it looked bad. Damn, bro. People in here still shitting on Xbox. Sorry, guys. I just had to tweet out my hype for Ghost of Yotei. Yo, by the way, this was announced towards like the end of the state of play. The PS Plus games for October, dude, Dead Space is on there. Dead Space Remake. Highly recommend it. Great game. So where are we on the membership gifts? Does anybody like, you don't have to gift, but can somebody just let me know if it's giving you the option to do so? Just so I make sure that like there isn't some shit going on with my channel right now. Because I don't know, people sometimes have issues with it, and I can never really tell if it's like isolated or what. Earth Spank says, any news on the 30th edition PS bundle prices? Not yet, no. It seems like, dude, we're gonna find out the price of the 30th edition bundles the day they drop. The only news I will give you actually is apparently for the regular PS5 Slim, we're looking at $500 for the 30th anniversary edition PS5 Slim bundle. $500 apparently. Cypherpunk is saying Elon taking away blocking on X. I saw that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to delete my account. I don't know if I'll delete it. Kazjam drops a member. All right, well there we go. Kazjam, thank you so much, bro. You didn't have to do that, but I very much appreciate it. You're keeping the member train going today. There we go. It's working. Yeah, the Genius, I don't know what's going on. It might be your device. Potentially. Like the device you're using, maybe it's just not letting gifting happen. Because we are, where is this at? Hold on. Let me see where I'm at. Oh shit, hold on. I forgot to get that. Let me get that off the screen. Boss, stop chewing. Stop it. Stop. Bad cat. All right, there we go. We're not at 11 members. Let me just update this so you guys can see where we're at. So we're going to wrap this stream up in a couple minutes. If you guys have any more super chats you want to drop, any more member gifts, if you want to become a member, any more fan funding before we wrap up this special State of Play stream, now would be the time to do it. Last call for any fan funding. We're actually at, I think, 27 members on the day. So thank you guys for that. Thank you for all the support. Incredible turnout today. Incredible support. Really, really appreciate it. Jeffrey Luttrell says, hope you're doing well. Ghost 2 looks good. PS5 Pro? Yes. Rich Rod, you got another direct donation? Yeah, dude. Ghost 2 does look good, and I can't wait to see what that game looks like on the Pro, man. They were kind of hyping that up a little bit. Rich Rod's direct donation. He says, Xbox, you want to act like a sucker? A sucker? Xbox, or again, Xbox, you want to act like a sucker? Wow, I repeated that not knowing you actually repeated it in the message. That's amazing. Then I'm going to treat you like a sucker. Xbox, just die. No one likes you. You disgusting. Rich Rod has, you got to let go of the hatred in your heart, man. You got to let go of the hatred in your heart. Rich Rod has a very unhealthy hatred in his heart for Xbox and everything Xbox. No more showcases. Well, it seems like showcases might be, I don't know. I don't want to say there isn't anymore, but it's looking less likely. It's looking less likely, you know? But, all right, guys. this is going to wrap up the stream. Thank you once again. I just want to thank everybody before I head out. I'm going to close out this poll. 2,500 votes. Looks like 35% give it a B, 25% a C, 21% D, 17% an A. The only other thing I want to ask you to do as you guys are heading out is please hit that like button. All right. We're at 905 likes. We still have 500 people here. Guys, smash that like button on your way out. Let's see if we can bump that up to 1,000. I'd like to see 1K. 1K. Can we do it? Can we do it? Pump those numbers up. Yeah, there you go. All right. Thank you to everybody who tuned in. Anybody who dropped any type of fan funding. You know, I can only do this because you guys make it possible. We hit 27 members today. A ton of super chats. A lot of direct donations as well. Thank you guys so much. You keep the channel alive. You make this possible. And I'm very, very grateful for that. So, all right. We'll see what tomorrow brings. I don't know. Like, I should be streaming tomorrow. We'll have to see. My schedule's like kind of messed up now because of how late I'm streaming today, but we'll see what tomorrow brings. If we don't stream tomorrow, we'll definitely stream the next day on Thursday. Today's Tuesday, right? Yeah. Yeah, we'll stream on Thursday for sure. So, oh damn, Rich Rod. Yeah, you're just rearing to go. All right, guys, that does it. Enjoy the rest of your night. I will catch you back here with another stream, hopefully very soon. So thank you once again. Devil Shooter, I don't know if you're here, man, and I don't know if you're doing timestamps, but if you do, thank you so much. Really appreciate what you do for the channel. All right, I'm out. I got to go rehydrate. So until next time, guys, take care. I'll catch you in the next one.